This is a perfect example of why you always want to have a backup plan and ready to roll. Because, as you might have seen in the social posts that just went out right before we started up today, I was originally going to do a funny thing and pull a left field PSP game out of the hat today. And, well, I got all the sound balancing done, checked out the different character choices, and no sooner did I get out of the intro cutscenes after the intro dungeon of the game, did the emulation immediately crash and just burn. So, since I do not know why it crashed, and I didn't have much time before starting today, after said crash, I just shelved that and we're just gonna go shoot things for a while. And just let today be an easy day. Because without knowing why that broke, can't rely on it. And I'm not about to have a whole line of, oh yeah, start thing, crash. Okay, let's try it again, crash. It just wouldn't be any fun for anybody. So, we'll just do it this way. I do have a lot of things ready to roll in the pocket, just none of them were tested yet. So it's like either I last minute test something else, or I go with a good standby, and here's good standby right here. Hello, Lark. Exactly. How it goes. Sometimes you just have to roll back to caveman because the solution that was planned didn't work. Fun fact though, I played a little bit off stream this morning and gained us access to a drop point all the way down here. And let me tell you, down here, real rough. I'll go ahead and show it off right quick, though we'll probably still be spawning like up here in the Hive Barrens probably. I can relate on that to a certain degree. I'm fine today. I'm decently awake at the moment. So I should be able to roll along just fine. And at the end of the day, playing something like this after the voice work I did yesterday for Void Raw may not be the worst idea, because what I was planning to do would also have involved some voice working. So maybe the extra break on that's not a bad idea. But the main kicker to spawning down here is the simple fact that all these enemies spawn way stronger straight out the gate. I really don't drink as many energy drinks as I used to anymore, because the fun thing about getting older is your body stops handling such things quite nicely. And I don't know if they're the problem yet, but I decided let's take it a bit easier on that just in case. But I have plenty of caffeine with me, so it'll be fine. I anticipate my mental faculties will burn out before my energy burns out today, because most of the time we just kind of end up getting a little bit mind burned after like 3 or so hours of this. And I do have other things I will probably jump to after a bit. Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, people are better off without energy drinks as a whole, because they're a slippery slope, but they are very helpful at the same time. So it's a fun little trade-off to do, depending on whether you want to gamble or not, basically, at that point. Is that they were a huge help to me for a while. They're just unhealthy. Yeah, 7 more bullets per magazine will help us a lot in here. Now, the good news about being down in here is the enemies being stronger also leads to more experience. So, we do get a benefit from being in here, we just have to be able to hold out in here. Becomes the kicker to that. And as long as I'm reasonably sensible, we should be able to hold out here long enough to be able to get ourselves buffed up enough that it won't matter. Because I did a good, like, 2 or 3 runs down here that went about as well as my runs outside of this zone. We could commit to the shield grip and try to get the shield projector, which I still have yet to get, by the way. I did buy a bunch of other parts, like this. That's why we have things like the battering grip. The extra crit rate would also be useful, though. 50-50 on crit is potentially a lifesaver. Let's see. Yeah, I need to get my fire rate back up. I have a plan in mind. It just depends on whether we get the parts of the plan or not. And, you know, whether we live long enough to enact the plan. That's always step 1, admittedly. But I try not to think about that step too much, because if you think about it too much, you're just going to lead yourself to your own doom. Now, I'm interested in grabbing this again because we picked up a neat thing. The quad helix barrel. Is what's better than bullets? That's right, more bullets. Basically, we grab helix and quad helix, and then anytime we use our underbarrel, the helix ring will kick in, and we will just be vomiting bullets everywhere. I just gotta be a little careful with this because of the simple fact that, you know, awkward bullet angle, as we've died too many times. But that's why I was happy to get that giant's harness thing first, is the fact that it allows these bullets to pierce rather than being stopped immediately. So it should keep us up to a good quantity of targets hit. I mean, it beats the alternative of all of these things trampling me into paste. It certainly hurts like a bastard, but, you know, alternatives being what they are. And as it stands, we're probably not going to see this plan actually come to fruition. I mean, it won't matter because being the paste, you are not going to be thinking about such things anymore anyway. But I think we're gonna get overwhelmed before we can follow through on this idea any further, because it's getting a little crowded around here. And unfortunately, the rocket drone is not holding up. True. I just have a little too much to focus on right now to be making the full funny happen. Yeah, bullet spread is fine. That's fair. Okay, this is actually not bad. They shoot a lot, but there's not nearly as much immediately around us, so we can actually kind of make something happen here. I'm still not fully versed in spawn patterns in this section. And we're in trouble because we have been here too long. And we got the higher end version of this boss while I'm really in a bad position. We need to find some healing or find a way out of this situation. And unfortunately, the only real way out of the situation would be to get some healing. So, yeah, we're probably SOL. And there it is. I didn't see that second one come out from behind the other one. That has potential to have worked out. We just needed to have gotten certain other attachments faster. And we just didn't get what we needed. So just go ahead and bin that. And no. I should have kept the SMG I'd gotten before. and giving that to the drone. We actually got off to a pretty solid start here, though, so I'll go ahead and try this again. Yeah, let's try this angle. This is definitely one of those times where every now and then I will be in focus mode and won't be able to fully put thoughts forward. I mean, it depends on how it's made, really, if you think about it. There are some raspberry jams where they've just completely cleared all of that out and it's just pure jam, no parts in it. But then you start getting into, like, well, how artificial is this at that point? And that may be a whole different bad ball game. Meanwhile, all these tiger slimes are just blocking me from what I want, and I am upset about that. There we go. Just don't mind me, just passing through. I would like to get this back. That's the problem with walking through a tiny little choke point like that. Sure. It'll help us right now. It may stop working, but at least it's a start. That's fair, yeah. It can be a very bad texture surprise sometimes. It also, I would say, varies depending on what jam it is. Because some parts are more palatable than others. Let's try going for the sniper barrel, because I'm not gonna have to worry about going... Oh wait, no, it's the sniper barrel itself that slows you down, right? No, we don't want that at all then. Never mind. I wanted to go for the Great Hunter barrel to get more money, because the damage would be really good, but that slowdown would kill us in this area, so we're just not doing that. We'll go with the bull spitter instead. Get the fire rate up immediately. And that should take care of that problem. I just need to get the reload speed up and get the spread going here. You're fine. There we go. I mean, these slimes do look kind of jammy to begin with, so I see where the topic comes from, in addition to the paced conversation before. I really wish we'd gotten a bayonet so I could have kept the circles off of me, but it's fine. We can work around that. Scoped sight doesn't really help this weapon that much. Our fall-off's not that fast. I mean, the upgraded version could help us, but it's not an important thing to have right now. I could go the lazy route and go with the containment field. Oh, that's where enhanced vulnerability is. Okay. I wondered why I never saw that upgrade. It's because I stopped taking the containment field. That makes sense now. But I think I'm gonna go with ice bullets because we need some manner of crowd control here. It'll help against the more sizable enemies we'll be encountering before too long. Because right now we've got them under a decent amount of control just by clearing, but we're not gonna be able to do that forever. I really need something that gives us a bit more volume of fire here. I did kind of shoot myself in the foot slightly by taking the hell spitter because we won't be able to get as much spread shot going because we can't get the helix barrel now. But I do have ways of making this work. I just need to get them to show up. I mean, alternatively, it is really encouraging me to take the containment field. I could go that route. Because for those that don't know, the containment field puts a bubble around me, and my bullets will bounce around in that bubble. So it kind of removes the need to aim. Hey there, Snork. How's it going? Yeah, you know what? We're in a dangerous place. We'll go ahead and take the slightly easier idea here. Fear my bullet bubble. Fear it. Good to hear. Oh yeah, I forgot that the energy blaster is not affected by the containment field, nor is most of the underbarrel weapons, because it's only bullets. Yes, more bullets, please. I mean, that's not as hard to do as it may sound. Oh yeah, they don't have to be intimidated by it. They just have to walk into it and die. That's what I want out of that exchange. If they don't fear it, well, that's a shame for them, because then they'll just die. I've crashed a few games like this before with certain builds. Like Rogue Genesia, before they fixed it up some more, I straight up had that game completely unfunctional because I put too many projectiles in. Like, it genuinely went into full slideshow mode, not even active frames functioning anymore. It was disgusting, but I was laughing the entire time. This game, I'm a little more surprised that you could lag it out, but I could definitely see the potential for it with certain builds. And here's where the bullet bubble is going to start running into problems, is hitting more distant enemies, and in this case, just barely tapping the very top of that model, which I didn't think I touched, but apparently I touched enough. Well, this wasn't going that well anyway, so just throw this away. Throw that piece of junk away. And we'll stop being greedy and stop going into the hard area straight away. Though, there are things out here that I would like, but there are things up here we still didn't get. So let's refocus back this way. Though, I have an idea. Now that I say that, I have an idea. What if we start here, grab a few things, because you get accelerated experience by being down here and getting the larger experience bubbles from the more dangerous enemies, and we immediately make a push to go back up here and use that extra experience to then hit up here sooner. I don't think for sure that it'll work, but I'm curious to see how that will play out. So we'll give that a try. It's a goofy idea, and I'm not confident that it'll pay off. I'm kind of surprised that that ended up lagging, because that's not that crazy. Like, it could get there, but it's not that out of hand. But then again, how many? Oh yeah, because 60 per second. And if you have it on both weapons, then yeah, it starts getting there. Probably because homing weapons in a lot of these games seem to really be a source of things bogging down. When I was playing the what is it? It's the spin-off of Mad Shot, the game like this that was attached to the Mad Shot game. Whenever I would use the homing projectiles in that, it would cause the frames to drop like in half. So it more than likely is the calculations for that are making things go insane. Is that... I have made even more projectiles happen than I've ever shown on stream this morning, and I had 0 frame drops or anything, so I would be almost guaranteeing that it's those calculations that would be causing your frame rate issues. Because I got an extraordinarily lucky setup with my SMG this morning, where I think that was probably my highest bullet count on screen at a time. Because it had multiple chances to double bullets, and I actually survived to use it. So it didn't get up to the quad helix, so it had the potential to get even higher. I just unfortunately had bad luck as far as living goes after that point. Because that was a run that was happening down here as well, so just the slightest bit of greed and dead. Yeah. What I'm saying is that was the results at my situation there. And honestly, you might be better off just leaving the enemy seeking out. Basically, just redo that setup you had as much as you can, but without the enemy seeking, and see if it still drops frames. That would be my suggestion on that one. If it doesn't chug to death, then you know the enemy seeking is the problem. Why are you giving me everything but what I want? This is what happens. This is a perfect example of the opposite of streamer luck. Because this whole morning, I did like 4 or 5 runs before starting stream today, in between when I had done the thing that broke, basically, and I was getting everything my heart desired as far as attachments goes. Turn on stream. Yeah, I don't need to know the whole build, because you're right, that is information I don't have yet, but that's just my suggestion for solving that problem. Because I have bought most of the attachments you saw I had available to me at this point, but I did not get that many more yet. And yeah, this is going wrong because I'm just getting the worst lineup of attachments for what I was trying to accomplish here. Because sometimes you just don't get what you want, and it leads to a real unfortunate situation. Because I was going to turn this into a crit build to make this work, at least to make up for some of what we were getting, and then I stopped getting even anything useful there particularly. Because we are not going to be able to keep the volume of fire we need to clear this up, and I'm getting pushed back too hard. Okay, I didn't know whether you already had one that was more than that, so yes, that guarantees you then that the targeting calculations are the issue. I'm just throwing that run away because that was just unlucky. You can tell that that was cursed from the word go, so just throw that in the trash where it belongs. And I don't think my plan of going from hard upward is going to work, just because that narrow hallway is going to be abysmal. I would have to stay down there long enough that I don't think we'd gain anything. Because I basically have to set up for something ridiculous. Yeah, as you can see, the only attachment down here I didn't buy was the Blade of Light so far. A handful of these are still here because these really just haven't been making a huge difference for me. Oh, so it was a weapon that has that by default. That makes sense. Then just don't use that one. That's all there is to it then. Till they fix that causing frame drops, might want to just leave that weapon to the side. Yeah, I didn't buy these two yet, but I bought everything else that I'd unlocked. I grabbed this from down in the hard area. This was also down there. which I'm interested to play with that, but I haven't even gotten the orbiting one to show up because every time I have that barrel, the game just decides you fucking lose. Like, there are times when you can tell the game's just had enough of your shit because it starts handing you nothing but garbage attachments that have nothing to do with what you're trying to do. But so far, my strongest runs remain consistently with the SMG, which is interesting because it really doesn't feel like that powerful a weapon right off the top. And it might just be that it's also just getting lucky. I don't really want these. The scope sight I technically want, but I believe this takes up the same slot as the ammo thing, and I want the ammo thing for this. So we'll take the Ducky Charm. The Ducky Charm's at least going to help the drone fire a little better. Oh, right. See, I don't know if it's entirely the best starting stats, but I have not sat there and calculated all of those to determine such information. Because it feels a little at the start before you actually get some attachments on it. But again, haven't looked at the numbers. Don't give a shit to run the numbers. Not something I care about. This is another good option, though, instead of the other thing. Because as you can see, I have the other harnesses now, the Berserker and the Terra Mount. So I don't really care as much about this. I would be more inclined to take the Berserker harness. Because we so frequently are missing health. It does for the second, yeah. And that's fine. It's still actually slightly faster. And it gives even more penetration than the AK technically, I think. But I absolutely do not want the sniper barrel. The sniper barrel will get me killed. And the cryo magazine, I just don't have anything further than the freeze for this. So I'd rather aim for one of the other magazines that I have more upgrades for at the moment. That's why I end up with these awful choices, because sometimes you just have a bad situation. It's not that it's not good. I don't have the ability to counterbalance the fact that it kills my movement. That's the problem. And the fact that it kills your movement means you have a harder time surviving to get the rest of the upgrades for it. That's what I don't like with it. I'm not saying it's not good, it's just bad for me. Bear in mind, 90% of what I say has zero bearing on actual mechanical good-bad. It's just a, is it good for me as a player? Answer, no. If sniper works for you, more power to you, that's great. Doesn't work for me, it's gotten me killed every time I've used it. So it just gets put in the bad bin. We'll go ahead and grab the reload speed. And you'll notice I am starting to lazy out a bit for the auto fire at this point. Because I've started to accept my fate that this game is just significantly more difficult without using it, which is unfortunate. But it's kind of by design that ends up being the case. Okay, so you're just in the, I acknowledge that this is a good tool, but it doesn't work for me camp too. Okay, that's fair. I think we can both agree that there's great potential in there. It just gets you killed. Give me some more magazine size. I feel like I lean into magazine size too much. You know what? There's no reason for me to deal with that tower. Just fuck that tower and everything it stands for. We're going this way. That's part of what was getting us in trouble going up here before. What a shame. The inanimate tower that has ruined my many a run has its feelings hurt. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. I would feel so much more about that if so many of the previous me's weren't unfeeling corpses because of it. I kind of want to fish for quad helix. We can go jet stock. Jet stock will be fun. Lightweight would probably be the smarter choice, but jet stock will be fun. Yeah, till I have spread fire, I do kind of need to sometimes rely on auto fire just because the human hand can't be as efficient as the auto fire. Pretty much, yeah. Wouldn't be the first time, and won't be the last time something like that happens. It's right alongside with how I start steadily not caring about playing fair the more something screws me over. Just like, you know what? It doesn't matter if I play fair anymore. They already aren't. To hell with it. Oh, this was bad timing. I did not realize the dung beetles were showing up right now. That's one thing I'm not really going to be able to stop from hitting the tree, but the tree will survive. Splitting magazine. Oh, the premium grip's attached to the lightweight. Okay. Interesting. If this wasn't relying on not getting hit, I would be far more interested in the memory grip. But we can cross that bridge when we come to it. The lightweight grip will be very helpful. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are many a person who's changed their tune after reality sets in on something. Just like, you know what? These things actually kind of suck. You know what? Maybe this is fine that they're dying. I wish this drone was smarter, but he decides to try to kill me instead. Yeah, no, honeybees are chill in most areas. It's all the other variations that give bees a bad rap most of the time. Because honeybees just want to do their thing. They're fine just doing their own you stay on your side, we'll stay on our side type deal for the most part. It's things like hornets and such that make everybody not like bees because they don't make the differentiation between a hornet and a honeybee because they're stupid. Not that I entirely fully trust honeybees either, because I have been in a bad situation with those before too, but that at the end of the day was actually my own fault. So that's fair at that point. And there's a lesson in that for a lot of things, if you really think about it. If you are the one who has aggressed on something, you can't be mad at it when it retaliates. No, that's a good thing to do. And it also is a good way to keep them more contained to where you want them to be instead of them finding the sugar in the house, for example, and coming in, which is not really what you want. They stay in their lane, you stay in yours, and everybody's happier that way. I would like to get that attachment, but we are currently in an awkward position, so I don't dare really make a hard push for it. Should also go back for this upgrade here. It's really trying to encourage me to go for Hellspitter, but I want the Helix. I have an idea, but I need the parts, and the parts are refusing to appear. I will ask you this, Snork, because you've been probably playing more than I have now. Have you found any way to, like, encourage it to give you certain parts? Like, other than, obviously, you are more likely to get the upgrade for something if you have the earlier part. That doesn't count because you basically don't have any other choices for that part of the pool at that point. We'll go ahead and take quick fire, because it plays into what I want. Bullet spread won't matter, or after a bit. It'll matter right now, and we're also probably dead because we fell behind the scaling, but we might be okay as long as I just keep on my toes here. And maybe don't piss off more bees. He's right now. I do think I need to give my drone a better weapon, though. That rocket launcher is great, but not great enough. Okay. That's what I was afraid of, and there are definitely ways to make it need less RNG. But since I keep fishing for very specific things... Yeah, I kind of figured, but I'm kind of in that state of I need to be able to get to those weapons, which is why I was hoping to adjust the situation to suit my needs a little bit more. Not that I'm guaranteeing that the builds I'm trying to go for would actually be better, but at least I'd get the build I want. You know? Because there are things I want to show off, and the game's just like, but what if you didn't, though? What if no? But I think I got stuck on that corner, something fierce for some reason. What does this have again? Oh, right. This was the assassin SMG that got me killed, but was a really good gun otherwise. Let's try switching you back to that. Because it's a pretty potent SMG, so it should help. Yeah. No, I assumed that there would be weapons that work with each of those things. It's just a matter of getting them, and if you can't get them, you can't get them. Therein lies the problem. Like, we're ignoring the primary issue here, which is need method to get to thing. And I don't want to completely engineer the experience, but I wanted to give myself some leverage. That depends on what you consider the basics. Because I want to build something interesting, but also be able to make my way forward. And it is refusing me the option of building something interesting because sometimes it gives me nothing that relates to what I'm looking for. Correct. I am well aware of this concept, and I have not refused that concept necessarily. I know what you're trying to point out, and yes, and I've pointed out the same thing, that me moving as much as I do loses me experience. We are all well aware of this fact. But at the same time, if you sit there too long, you also don't get where you're going either. There's a balance that needs to be hit. And I know I'm not hitting that, but there is still a balance there. And some of these runs have struck that balance better than others. I have more often than not taken the things that increase the amount of experience I'm getting outside of things that have mechanically given me more benefit at that moment. The only ones I don't always take are the ones that only give you like 8% at a time, is that really isn't a huge change. Like, obviously it does make a change, but if you can't kill anything, you also can't get that experience. Oh no, a small sample size, I didn't do the thing, so I'm clearly ignoring the mechanic. Ah! There's this thing called trying ideas that sometimes leads to bad results. Well, yeah, I wouldn't go for pure experience, because then you have nothing else. Yes, you're generating more experience, but in most games you end up with a diminishing return after a certain point with that, which is why I go for things that give me the capacity to clear more while also taking some experience. Are you trying to tell me that this game doesn't actually have diminishing returns? Because that would be news to me. I don't consider that basic because 90% of games don't operate on that logic. And it may also be that there are attachments that I don't have that give you further multiplication than that. Because the most I've seen was, I believe it's one that appears at this tier that gives you an 8%, and then the grip, which I frequently take, which gives more experience. But that's all I have, at the very least that I can think of, that gives multiple. It increases the spawn rate, yes, but if you can't clear them, that doesn't help you. Yet you have a catch-22 there. Yes, I understand that more enemies means more experience, but frequently I'm dying because I'm getting overwhelmed by enemies. So if you further increase that number at the wrong time, you just die. Like, I'm not disagreeing with your logic that that does lead to more experience, but you have to be able to handle the amount that comes in. You see what I'm saying there? I said this exact thing in a previous session of this, which is why I frequently don't take this. So I feel like establishing yourself with some baseline of effective weapon first is better than trying to push that and getting yourself killed. Yeah, I just don't... Yeah, you understand why there's a confusion there looking at that, because it's like, hey, if I stack more things on my shoulders that are already tipping, what other result would there be than things going wrong? Like, obviously you're right that there is something that changes there. I just don't understand it. Because, like, obviously there is a math that makes that make sense. And I suppose it would expedite the curve early, again, assuming the logic of you can handle the amount that are spawning. And I may be approaching this sounding like I'm saying you're wrong, and I'm not. Is I am acknowledging that yes, you are correct. And this is where the difference comes in, yeah, because I consider the auto aim to be a bit of a lazy way to handle things, but obviously, like we were talking about a moment ago, it becomes necessary at a certain point. The auto aim will then solve the problem to a certain degree, yes. But we already discussed that I'm taking the harder road by doing it the foolish way there. It just, I guess, comes in as a matter of, it's not so much I was ignoring the basics as I'm doing things the hard way. But that's why I was questioning specifically if there was a way to leverage something other than just pushing number higher. Yes. This is absolutely correct. I was just more questioning whether there were mechanics that open up later on that could change that. Because if there are no further mechanics later in the game that would necessarily change your option pool more drastically than the things that already exist do, like say you start runs with different options or something, then it ends up being the same result at the end of the day, aside from, yes, you have more choices, because you get choices more frequently. Okay, that was the kind of, that's what I was trying to ask the question about. Is what that tells me is I should start worrying about trying to do specific builds at that point instead of trying to do them now. Is based on the information I had, it was never going to change, so it's like, well, I may as well just get my fucking around out of the way now. And to a certain degree, it's more interesting to do it for the stream because goofing around tends to be more entertaining, but there's a limit to how much fucking around you can do and still have it be interesting. This is why I'm like, okay, go ahead and ask the sensible question and we'll do with that information what I will. As I've mentioned numerous times, there's only so much entertainment value in optimizing. It would also help if I stopped losing track of in-game time because I'm on a tangent. I accomplish so much less than I intend to. Yeah, no, the prices in this game definitely scale a little wild at times. But I'm sure there's ways to make way more credits in one run. Because, like, there are multiple things that boost the amount of credits you're getting and things. You just gotta manage to find a way to make those a survivable build. Then yeah, 47,000 is not that bad then if you make 12. But I assume not every run is successful because shit goes wrong sometimes. Okay, for what I was planning to do, I arguably need Splitter's genome, but I might bypass that just because of the way this is rolling. Hey there, Zen. How's it going? No. Commit to the bit. Yes, this is part of the plan. It's not the part of the plan I was looking for, but it's part of the plan. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna experiment with, at the very least, taking the enemy increases every time I see them. It may not be leaning into efficiency as much as I could be, and I'm gonna miss some of the benefits from some of the other things at that layer, like the crit boosts from there can be very nice when the game doesn't want to give you anything else that impacts crit, but we'll see how this plays out. And obviously I'm going to leave it on auto fire because already it's hitting a point where I'm not really going to be doing very well at maintaining that by hand, especially not while trying to talk. We have the magazine size for rate of fire to work. I do actually want to try leaning into dodge more, but right now I just don't have enough things that impact dodge either. Like, I would basically just have to keep taking that same item over and over again in order to get any meaningful amount of dodge skill right now, because I don't think I have literally anything else that gives that aside from maybe boss upgrades. Okay, there's part of the plan. So now our bullet damage is not gonna be great, but that's okay. We have many bullet to make up for bad bullet. Of course, now we're gonna start running into the problem of so many things are dying farther away from us that the experience rate's gonna get a little janky just because we have to chase the experience around all the time. Which I still think that's actually where I'm losing more experience than the fact that I wasn't taking the enemy multiplication. Because we definitely, in almost every run I've done, leave a lot of experience behind. Well, yeah, the towers give you magnets, but you have to be able to survive fighting the tower. And that's where that gets sketchy. Because on numerous occasions, we've died trying to kill these towers. Especially because I don't pay attention to the timer and a fucking boss shows up the second I try to do this. I hate it when I don't pay attention, but I'm too busy doing 6 things at once. Ugh. Is the towers are another thing where you have to kind of strike the right balance. You need to know whether a build is able to kill one or not. This is obviously getting quite powerful because of the sheer volume of nonsense being spewed around, even if the individual bullets are garbage. Which we can ungarbagify them a little bit, but I'm not even sure how viable that actually is. I think I'm actually gonna go this route instead for the moment. I'm losing a large bullet damage increase there, but that 16% extra experience is meaningful. And I've taken that on that basis before, as we know. I just really worry about the fact that this bullet damage is terrible. We do have enough magazine size that rate of fire still works. I'm trying also not to push the rate of fire too high, because I think even the auto fire will end up wasting ammo once the rate of fire gets high enough. And we can't really afford that too much. all in all, this still doesn't feel that different from many of the setups I've done before, except some of the stats are slightly different. Like, having the fourth option here is nice, but there's no guarantee that that's been leading to, yes, this has given us the option we need. Like I said, if you are putting enough ammo out there, the bullet damage isn't a huge problem. You just need to make sure to balance everything else accordingly for the fact that your bullet damage is terrible. I've just had many a build backfire because I lowered the bullet damage too low at the wrong time. It's not the fact that it can't go low ever, it just needs to not be low at the wrong point in the rest of the build. Like, there's a fine balancing act there that constantly is happening. So I'm still inclined to think the fact that I'm leaving auto-aim on is still one of the biggest game changers that's happening in this particular round. Because there's just no way I would be snapping around this hard. Even at the most effective I've been, I don't snap around that hard. I'm still of mixed feelings with penetration past a certain point, because again, it becomes a matter of you need to have more than a certain amount of enemies in a particular line for that penetration to actually pay off, unless there's a damage multiplier or something that I'm not aware of with penetration. Like, obviously, with these curving bullets, you end up with a slightly different situation with the value of penetration. But I'm still not 100% sold on that. I'm not disputing the connection there. I'm saying with how a lot of these enemies path, unless you hit just a certain critical mass point, there's still going to be times where you're going to have bullets passing through and going to nowhere. But this is me overthinking the numbers, too. And bear in mind, I never said that the things I'm saying are correct. This is just mine going too deep down the hole there. Which is something I'm prone to doing, and I fully acknowledge this. Which is why there are many flaws with many parts of the logic I operate on. But, gotta be aware that you do that, too. Because I never promised that any of my plans were smart. This is just how I do. And it's also very easy to fall into a self-doubt logic in a game like this, especially if you're just on a chain of losses. You look at it and go, well, none of my builds have been surviving anyway. So you end up going on the operating logic of, like, if I increase the enemy count, I ain't gonna survive, which is where part of that doubt was coming from. Because if you just keep dying to things, then obviously you're not gonna think that anything you're doing can handle them. This is why I was like, fine, we'll test it, and if it survives, then that proves that the way I do things can work there too, and I just need to find the middle ground that works happier for me from that point. It's like, I think I can pare down the enemy count a little bit and still have this be beneficial to me instead of going for all of it. And then it'll still be viable for me to use manual fire at that point. Like, the amount that's on screen right now is just entirely too much shit. And absolutely, crit is an option. I wasn't disregarding that because it wasn't an option, I just wanted the increased bullet count. Because I would find that more entertaining to use. Again, not always about efficiency. I'm gonna take back control here, though, because I want to focus fire in that direction. Because the scatter bullets will take care of most everything else at this point anyway. And honestly, you'll notice a majority of our bullets are critting already anyway, so that's absolutely fine. Yep. Not bad, but not what I need. 50% extra bullet lifetime is interesting. But I think I'm going to keep leaning into Fame and Fortune, because we don't really need bullet lifetime when we don't have any penetration. The bullets are just dying on contact, so they're really not going to need to go any further. Unless I grab this and then fish for penetration. Sounds good, ABC. Rest well. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep taking the experience gain, right? But this is what I was talking about, though, is as far as direct experience gain increases go, as far as I know, those are the only two things, is the 8% and then that 16%. But you are completely right in your logic that increasing the enemy spawns does raise the experience gain. That was never in question. So, actually, no, there's the knuckle grip that I like to take. That one's the other big experience gain rate increase. But that also removes any other grip types from your pool. I feel like the sentence fell apart a little bit there, but I understand what you're saying. You take the hearts so that they drop their experience early, which multiplies your experience gain as long as you can get a hold of it, and then you use the grip's experience boost to make all of that worthwhile. I had considered that in the past. I just like some of the other attachments better, like the constant bullet damage increase from the chevrons. But there's absolutely logic there. But I assume we all know that my preferred grip is that brass knuckle grip. Yes, I want this. This is another one of those things for those that don't know, that it doesn't reflect up here, which still annoys the hell out of me, but watch this number as soon as we leave this menu after I take the innovation magazine. It's 4.7 right now, and then as soon as we're out of it, it's 7.1. So it's a huge damage increase. Something like that, yeah, because it was what, like 6% or so per attachment part, which means this attachment, that attachment, that attachment, that attachment, that attachment, etc. So it's about every filled slot, so technically the ones that apply in here too would count. Sure, go up to a magazine size of 100. Hit it right quick. Yeah. I just don't know if it counts each individual upgrade, because it said based on augment slot, I thought, or am I remembering a different one? Because there's one that's augment slots, and I think one that's augments in general. But yeah, now... Yeah. I was just trying to not pause to do this was the thing. I was trying to remember off the top of my head. And yeah, 6% was what I thought. I wonder if it counts each of these individually. since this is technically filling out slots on this menu or not. Oh, that's even better than I thought it was. I knew it was good, but that's kind of silly that it calculates all 3 of these magazine ones. That seems like a bad decision on their part, but you know what? I'm fine with it. Does that means it has a potential capped increase of... Hang on, I need to do math here for a second. Because there's 4 slots in each of these, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 7 slots plus the upgrade, so 8. So that's 32 times 6. Yikes. Yikes. I just realized what the max potential there is, and oh boy, it's silly. Because that basically goes up to like 200%, give or take. I now am reminded of exactly why I always take that when I see that. I never actually sat down and crunched the numbers on the actual end result there. I just knew that it was really good. And, you know, obviously I like my splitting bullets to begin with. But see, here's the problem I'm running into now. The experience is scattered to the goddamn 4 winds, so there's not really a way to pick up all of it. So you're ending up with diminishing returns as far as picking up every single piece of experience that gets scattered around. Obviously, you don't need to, but it becomes an issue other than seeking out magnets constantly. Which obviously you can seek out magnets. But, And short of sitting there and taking damage, I don't think we're losing any time quick with this setup now. This setup is kind of stupid. But of course, there was an entire world in which, even with 4 choices and a lot of choices coming up, we still could have not got what we wanted. But we actually managed to get what I was looking for. Okay, there's the 300 projectiles on screen one. I don't think we need to increase the enemy amount anymore. I mean, you don't need to rig the numbers, it just makes it way more likely. Like, being at the mercy of RNG isn't a case of it becomes an impossible situation. You just have a significantly more tedious and annoying and difficult road to hoe at that point. And just for sake of expediting this, that's why I'm like, okay, you know what, we'll do it this way then. Just so at least something happens, because I do acknowledge the fact that we would have been stuck here much longer if I hadn't given in and at least tried this. But I also still remain on the... I could not physically do this without auto fire. There's too much shit going on. There's the 10,000 bees. Yep, we want this. But this will at least open up a lot for us, because we're going to have killed 2 more things we haven't killed before once this dies. Yeah, let's get our dodge skill up to 50. I will take back control because he has no interest in shooting at the boss, and I would like the boss dead sooner rather than later. Also, enjoy the fact that you can't even really see my bullets properly anymore. That's a thing that's happening. I kind of have to. I should take this because it stacks into what I'm aiming for. But look at that rate of fire. Look at it. Look at how stupid that is. What is a magazine? I don't have those anymore. Bullets go burr. Gun go empty. Everything go bye-bye. There is one unfortunate thing to the magnets too. Am I right in my memory? Because I haven't been paying enough attention, admittedly. But I don't think the magnets pull currency. Like all of your resource drop items and such, I'm pretty sure don't come along for the ride when you magnet. So that is one problem using magnets for all of your experience needs. But I am going to grab the premium grip so we can get more credits, since I feel pretty safe right now. So we'll see if we can farm a ton more credits that way. Grab the credit bonus. Because, like, the only thing that'll hit me right now, I think, will end up being things like mines or enemies with projectiles that I'm not paying enough attention to. Because the sheer amount of coverage here is insane. Though, I can't get anywhere near that tower without risking getting hit. Thankfully, we don't need to get anywhere near it. Because it'll catch strays even if I don't aim for it enough that it's fine. Grab that. Shatterer magazine. That's fine. About the only thing I run into visibility problems for is when I'm using a rocket launcher. It's not the fact that I wouldn't see the bullets, it's that... How to explain this? It's not a visibility problem, it's how much I'm paying attention problem. It's the same thing I explained when we were talking about the idea of using auto fire in general. My mind is now significantly less tuned into what I'm doing. So the bullets are a lot more likely to hit me because I'm not actually avoiding it. And yeah, I'm obviously taking this. I'm just finishing this thought before I click back into doing things. So it doesn't immediately get interrupted by something else. As is likely to happen. And there we go, we finally got the 1,200 projectiles thing that I wanted for a different weapon. This is the level of stupidity you had to go to, though, to get that many bullets going. And if I had the stuff unlocked, we could go even further than that, but unfortunately I don't have that stuff unlocked. Now, where was that gun that I saw on this map? I think it was like right up in here somewhere. I remember seeing a gun blueprint around this area somewhere, but it's been so long since we saw it now that I don't remember where it was. And there's this thing I can go ahead and activate while I'm here. But I will say again that this run was still very much saved by the fact that I turned on auto fire. Yeah, I think it's this up here that was a weapon. Nope, this was another attachment. Well, mine anyway. But for those that haven't been playing this, this is also why Snork and I were pretty confident that it was the auto-targeting that was causing the frame drops they were having. Because look at this. Look at this volume of fire that's happening, and no frame rate issues. I don't know how well the bitrate is doing necessarily at this point. I'm assuming it's okay, but if the bitrate's dying because the entire screen is bullets, I would apologize, but it's too funny. I thought that's what I said. I might have said the wrong words, but intended the enemy seeking. Or it was taken incorrect because I said something that could be either. Because the intention was, yeah, the homing being the issue. Well, if it didn't matter, then why bring it up? You see why I'm questioning that? Not so fun when the shoe's on the other foot, huh? There we go, there's the 5,000 with split bullets in a single run as well. Because I was looking for that one. The Queen Betty. This is an awkward time to be dealing with both of these at the same time, so let's take a quick step back. I'm going to ask this question just because we're close to grabbing another thing. This isn't the last boss of a run, right? Hey, Snork, since I know you've won a run. If it is, I'm going to stop shooting at her directly and try to go grab the thing. Because I don't know what... Okay, I wasn't sure what the end time for a run in this was. I was assuming half hour, but some games like this are shorter. So I wanted to check before... Or I shot myself in the foot here. Oh, hey, we haven't seen these very often either. If this actually went over to another bullet, I would take it. In fact, you know what? It gets us close anyway. More bullets. This is a gun. This is why I wanted to make sure to get over here, because I had a feeling with the amount of distance traveled that it was probably going to be a gun. I think I'm running out of other attachments, considering this is giving me literally nothing but underbarrel attachments now. I like my bayonet. There we go. Deal 500 damage in a single hit. Ooh, hello credit bonus. On fire would be nice if I had anything that set things on fire, but we don't. The speed is nice too, though. These both have the same amount of credit bonus, so we'll take this because I don't need the bullet damage. I also don't really need the... No, that's right, I don't need the crit rate. So the only advantage here is the experience gain, so now we will take Betty's crown. But most importantly, new gun! Yep, there's the last stock upgrade. And I think it's safe to say that we're gonna put this gun on the drone when this is over. Because that'll also allow me to fuck around a little bit more. Because I will have a very good backup. So I do still end up feeling a little bad at this point, because like, I'm not even really doing anything anymore. I'm just kind of here watching it happen. Which, again, that's how these games get sometimes, so it's fine. It's just one of those things. Like, I'm basically just sitting here playing Snake at this point, where I'm sitting here just collecting all of the stuff without dying. This is the entire goal now. I think this gun's about to max out, though, because I only have one more bayonet upgrade left in my pool. Because admittedly, a couple of the things I took dead-ended a little early, which that was partially on purpose. The fact that they're all dying off the edge of the map is a problem. But if I keep raising my dodge skill, even if I get hit, I might just dodge. And that's kind of been the idea with taking all those gun butters, other than, haha, funny fire rate go burr. Is I know there's an attachment you can unlock by dodging a lot. Oh yeah, here's the next Hive Baron. Since we saw this in the listings for the various achievements when we looked before. And that, I think, is literally our last upgrade. Other than just getting the tuning augments, basically. Sound is also having a little bit of a rough time now. That achievement pop just couldn't get through. There we go. Got the Venom Valley drop zone. I assume this is another hard mode drop zone, probably. More bullets to spray more bullets. Level 50 in a single run. There we go. That'll push us over to 10 bullets. Because, you know, we have enough bullets for everything to be dying, but what if we had more? Because things are still surviving, and that's not okay. Thankfully, if I go slicing things with this bayonet, I can boost my bullet damage some more. Out of augments. There we go. We already have full crit chance, so this doesn't help aside from vision range. Our special power is an amount, so I don't really need to do anything with that. Fuck it. More bullets. And if I get my health regen up enough, I might actually start gaining health. What a world that would be, huh? Ow. We might die here. Especially since we haven't even fought Titanius before, and we're fighting Titanus Plus. This build is also stopping working now because I'm not killing fast enough a little bit here. At least against the heavier stuff. I wonder if I could just kill him by dropping a bunch of things on top of him. Also, this is actually absolutely fine to take right now because our crit chance is past max. So we can actually leverage the huge crit bonus here and start doing some real damage. Oh yeah, this is the drop zone thing. I was like, what's this? Looks fancy. Focus all fire on the giant dung beetle of doom. Look at how slowly his health bar is going down with this volume of fire. And that's what happens when you don't pay attention. There's the death. We gained a lot out of that, though. Like, a stupid amount. Yeah, I probably could have survived that if I had just not switched to manual fire, but I switched to manual fire to focus on him. But the trade-off there was I was no longer focusing on dodging as much and started relying on the Yeah, I knew he was one of the end bosses based on where he was laid out in the achievement thing. Now we can get a fire speed gene, though. See, these I think are what are meant to be part of your game changer towards setting up a run ahead of time. Is setting all these genes in favorable ways early. But without getting more of them, you can't really leverage that. It's like, that's already an extra 13 in rate of fire. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of these effect size ones, because the small amount of effect size increase really wasn't making a huge difference. Okay, so there we go. Not that I've seen. His hitting purchase on these again just gets you more of them, and I've not seen a screen where you can make them better. Under you and what? You're gonna need to word that a little more than that, Snork, for me to understand what you're trying to say. In which of the various screens? Is there's like 4 screens that do that. Oh no, I don't have this yet. I didn't even know this was a thing because it didn't highlight when I looked at it before. They might have wanted to make that a little better to tell that that exists. Is when I walked over to this, it genuinely didn't even light up or anything, so I didn't even know I could interact with it. Short of bashing my face into it and then hitting E. So thank you for pointing that out, because that's a bit of a bad UI job on their part. So we'll go ahead and make these health ones a lot better. Make these reload ones way better. This would have made as much of a difference as our discussion about the experience increases had I known that this existed. I assume there's more things like this around that it just didn't highlight. Because I bumped into all the stuff around here looking to see if there was anything else to interact with, and none of that did anything. So I think I may have just fallen into a bad assumption there, because I don't want to just sit here and like walk around poking everything on stream, and this morning was the only time recently that I played it without streaming it. But we have a bunch of credits to spend too. Let's see if we can afford any of what we got. Ooh, we actually can afford a new thing. Obviously, I want the Ripper Ring Barrel, because that sounds like fun. There we go. That sounds like fun. Go ahead and take that. Split bullets penetrating. Not bad, but let's see what else we have first. We got the chicken one. That's pretty fun. Not really that fussed about that, because usually I'm placing my turrets in the crowd, so that's not a huge deal either. I am gonna take this, because more damage off of bullet travel will allow us to get the one where you kill a tower from far enough away. Which I think we somehow didn't get in among all of that. Oh, we did get the dodge 50, I think, because there's the dodge 75. I'm not too worried about increasing the health regen one. Let's go ahead and increase these effect size ones, because that'll make them actually more worthwhile. Obviously, I'm gonna keep raising the rate of fire. Yeah, that's what I was saying toward the end of that last one. Yeah, because a 40% rate of fire increase is a huge difference. Right out the gate. And yeah, Venom Valley is a harder start point, as expected. We could probably get away with starting in these harder points now that we've upgraded further. We've also cleaned out a lot of over here. There's still something out here that I think I'm forgetting. 'Cause I don't think we checked over in this cubby here. Well, yeah, I'm well aware of that, Snork. I explained that when the higher level splitter appeared down here today. They'll always have that star on them if they're spawning in the higher tier area. More than likely, we would have taken him just fine if we had stayed down in the normal zones. I think that's fine, because it adds a higher risk to being in the higher difficulty areas. Because otherwise, you're primarily just benefiting from being in the harder difficulty areas. And it's really probably the only way they would have been able to rule it as far as something like this goes, because most games of this type have their difficulties separated. So the only way to have it be zone by zone like this would be to have to do that. Let's try our new toy. Like, I definitely see where you're coming from with that, and I don't entirely agree with the fact that it works that way either, but I don't see a way they could do it otherwise without, like I said, going back to the way other games of this type work. I really want the splitting magazine because I want to see what happens when these split, but I like my brass knuckle grip. I assume ordinarily this thing's not that fast, considering the 40% is making it only fire at this speed. Its reload's not terrible. It doesn't need more penetration particularly. I guess I'll take the Eye of Horus engraving. I do like this gun already, though. This is fun. Could do with a little bit more rate of fire. But I'm curious if effects... No, yeah, bullet size itself would be increasing the radius, probably. For the lightning. Yeah, I'll go with the energetic dissuasive barrel, because having these lightning balls orbiting me will be hilarious. And we might actually get to live to see the orbital barrel instead of getting killed before that. Now that we are a little stronger. Yeah, the slight decrease in max health is fine there. Now this is definitely something I want the increased enemy count for, just because it's got natural AoE to every shot. So even if it doesn't directly hit, it'll definitely do some work. Ooh, actually, that could be funny with this. Just fire giant ball. Maybe? It seems to be more common when your health's higher. I have had it happen, I feel like, when I had less health than that, but I can't confirm that because all of this runs together. But I've definitely seen it happen a couple times before. But I might have grabbed HP upgrades before it showed up is the only reason why I'm like, maybe? Now, do I grab this now in the hopes of going for that, or do I grab this because funny? The answer is I grab this because funny. And then we go for the funny orbitals. Because look at how big those orbs are now. We're just throwing goddamn spirit bombs out here. This seems like the perfect weapon to go for projectile size with, just because this will be very silly. The only way this could be made funnier is, imagine if this starts bouncing off of things and just starts pinballing around the room. That would be so good. We'll go ahead and take this, because the other funny thing we can possibly do with this, unless it can't get a magazine upgrade, is we could put ice magazines on this. And that could be great. Or napalm. Napalm could be funny too, but this doesn't visibly have a magazine on it, so I don't know if it actually can hold that upgrade or not. I don't know if this is a game where it actually will cut that out of there, because it technically wouldn't need one. But it technically has to reload, so presumably that's a thing? I don't know. We'll find out if it... Okay, no, that answers that question. Yes, it can. Oh, getting explosive bullets from this could be funny too, but I'm gonna go with the cold. I'm gonna go with the cold bullets because that's what I said I was gonna do, and I also want to see that buzzsaw thing because I think I bought that. I already forgot if I bought that or not. My brain is doing weird, but it's fine. Well, I think the only cold upgrade I could get was the buzzsaw one, because that's the only one of the other cold upgrades I unlocked, so then yes, I did get it. Because we didn't see the other cold upgrade yet, I don't think. Or at least it didn't stand out as being a cold upgrade. I think we're strong enough I can go ahead and make some progress down and through here a bit. And honestly, going into a more open area is a good idea anyway. Since they can just walk through walls. Which, that was smart on the developers' part, even if it upsets me, the fact that they can't just be pigeonholed into a death funnel. It was a good idea. I don't have to be happy about it, but it's a good idea. Because being able to just funnel them would make this way too easy in some respects, even if it would mean you won't be able to move. Actually, I think I just realized part of where my idea that I can't use the enemy increase comes from. I'm pretty sure in my very, very early runs, I tried using it and it backfired. And then from then on, I'm like, no, this is bad juju. I can't use this. Forgetting the fact that we have definitely gotten stronger than that point. And yes, I have been thinking about that in the back of my brain the whole time. Like, I know there's a reason why I had this bias against that idea. Where did it come from? Because otherwise it was gonna bug me. Okay, there's the actual freeze, which will be very useful. Go ahead and turn auto fire off now. As you can see, it starts handling the giant orb enemies a bit more for us. We are going to have upgraded split serpent and upgraded bosses in general to deal with down here, but I think we'll be okay. I don't think he can be frozen either. Even though that'd be really funny. I think the things that split from him can be, but I don't think he or any of the actual full bosses can. This is also where it's gonna get a little bit dicey. Not icy, just dicey. Oh boy. I'm gonna go back to letting it fire on its own here so it starts cleaning up a little bit. Because I'm going to inherently just keep firing at the boss because I want the boss gone. So let's just remove that issue. There's also a lot more to dodge, so I kind of need to start focusing on dodging again. I just really don't like it when it fires randomly off behind me at everything other than where I want it going. It frustrates me on a certain level. Yeah, and that gun really hasn't come into its own yet. So the drone is not super helpful. It is helping, just not super helpful. Do want that boss gone sooner rather than later, if I can help it. I mean, we did get piercing bolts for this, but I feel like that's not... It's just not that exciting. Electrocute could be nice, though. The thing is, I don't really use the fire jet that much because that involves getting close enough to things to hit them with it, and you gotta kind of spin around for it to land, because the rest of this doesn't really inflict a status until you get to napalm jet. I feel like that's counterintuitive to how this gun's gonna work, or at least how I intend this gun to work. I think I'll just lean into more experience gain. Does help, but the actual flame itself never really seemed to do a lot other than the status effect. But of course, if I lean into special enough, it probably would become quite potent. It's just not really a build that I'm that interested in doing. And if I was gonna do that, I'd use the other character. Since she is designed to use special more, based on the fact that she at least has an attacking special. I could go Splitter's Genome, and our bullet damage would actually stay decent. Yeah, you know what? More orb. You can't go wrong with more orb. Ponder your doom as it flies towards you. There's a tower over there, which wouldn't be bad to break, but I'm not super sold on going for that being a good idea with the current crowding that's happening. I would definitely have to switch off of auto fire to make that happen. Because if there's one thing I can't trust auto fire to do, it's targeting a specific thing. You know, I think it knows that I'm now okay with taking the enemy spawn rate increases, and now I'm just not allowed to have that. I don't think that anything we're doing counts as an area effect attack at the moment, so I don't think effect size will help us. And that's the thing, is the moment you start wanting something, the game's just like, nah. Nah, bro. That would help you, therefore, nah, bruh. Nah. Yeah, our tower damage is garbage. Oh, this is so bad. we're just gonna have to forego that idea entirely, and now we're in trouble because of experimenting with that thought, though. Everything is awful. I like the idea of this gun, but I think I might have put myself in a bad position experimenting with it right now. I want my upgrade. Just a shame that it's really close to the tower. This would give us an opportunity to start getting experience without having to kill. And none of this really, like, guarantees me killing power. Though, if we wanted a way to set things on fire, we have this option. So we have to wait till we get up to Inferno Jet for the on fire part. I am kind of interested in this idea, though, just because it'd be really goofy. I really just don't give the flamethrower any real love at all. So... I did not consider the fact that when I was trying to use the flamethrower with auto fire still on, every time it turned to auto fire would take control of my flamethrower on me. Hindsight being 2020, I should have considered that that would be a thing. Thankfully, Bertha's not that big a threat. You just need to stay between the lines every time. Which can be very dangerous. Don't get me wrong on that thought. Come on, there we go. Tower's gone. That solves one problem. And that's why I kind of wanted the flamethrower there, is because I could then put extra pressure on the target. And that gets us out of our current bottleneck situation. Actually, yeah, the razor grip could be a good idea, because we do have freeze. We freeze them, punch them, and then the AoE retaliate goes off from that. And that also will cause bleed. We dead end out there, but that's the only path that this grip has for us anymore anyway, and the move speed will be nice. Not sure how often I'll actually make use of the retaliate benefit there, because a lot of things I freeze are gonna die probably, but we can workshop that idea. Something might happen there. And no, as usual, I end up warring with myself between the part of me that wants to just consistently fuck around and the part of me that has to acknowledge the fact that, you know, sometimes you can't just fuck around. Every now and then you have to actually take things seriously for anything to happen. But yeah, no, see, we just don't get that enemy spawn rate anymore. It's just gone. They threw it out of the pool. Oh yeah, I spend a lot of time finding out. Some of the most fun times, though, have come from me finding out in a hilarious way. Like, what happens if I push this? Oh god, it's a hidden super boss. Well, regret. Regret. Pain. And then everybody's laughing, including me once, you know, the hospitalization stops. I do find it interesting that we're not dying to these hits as quickly as I expected, because we really don't have much armor, and yet we're surviving. Though then again, our health is like near double where it normally is because of all of the gene upgrades. That one was my own fault. I thought I could step up 1 pixel more. Turns out, nope, couldn't. And yeah, exactly. Maybe that was a cursed run anyway. Maybe the game just forgot what enemy spawn rate was. I'll just go ahead and sell that and pretend that didn't happen. Speaking of selling things, just get rid of this too. We're never gonna use that again. In fact, just fuck all these guns. See all this weak shit? Just get rid of all of this. I could increase our max health further too. Sure. We'll actually spend a little bit on some of those. We didn't get any new genes, nor can we afford any of them because I just spent all of that material already. We have more money. We need to get one of these, but, you know, yeah. This is the interesting part, is you actually have to kill the high rank versions of things in order to get these. I'm kind of surprised there isn't a material on this list off of the regular version. There's only the hard version. Which I'm not sure I entirely agree with. I feel like it would be reasonable for there to be a low and a high version of that. Oh, what do I know? Also, why are you, like, perpetually marked? Is it because of the drone having the thing? I mean, maybe. It only mentions the high one, but maybe it's just showing you that's where you would get the most. Oh yeah, there's also this thing over here. Oh right, I need Malifor for that. Right. I should check the doors. I don't think we gained any because I think the only remaining ones are tied to things like Titanus, but yeah, because I think that's the only other door is that one. There's the button and then the door. Okay, so yeah, we just need to go back in then. Which I do want to do that. Trying to decide where I want to go before I land and commit. Because we only just barely nosed our way into here. So I feel like visibility-wise, we may want to go up here. But what we can do is start here and sweep down and check to make sure there's not anything we missed in here. Because there's definitely, like I said, territory we didn't cover. I want to at least poke my nose into here to make sure there's not actually a path there. And I'll give the Teslian carbine another try. I like the idea of it. I think it just needs a bit different of a setup than I had gave it. Which that's going to take some time to adjust to, obviously. Gotta figure out what a weapon's good at. Oh, there's so many beehives here that I didn't know because we killed all of them off screen. This is why auto fire's dangerous. It's pissing off all of the bees. Oh yeah, no, this run's already just like turbo fucked. So this is going well. Yep. Let's just throw that away and pretend that didn't happen. Okay, so going back down that hallway, really bad idea. Absolutely infested with bees. Jesus Christ. Anyway, just had like a momentary lapse there. No. Let's just actually get moving there. Sorry it took so long to start the next run. Didn't. Just had a bit of a distraction moment. This could be fun. I want the orbiting ones, but we'll give this a try, because these just look silly. Whee! Now we really are going into Fester's Quest territory. People are probably still not gonna have any idea what the hell I'm talking about. The fuck was that thing down there? Ammo rack? Ammo rack. Ammo rack. Oh, that's the way you kill 1,500 of those in one run. You just keep hitting those nests so you spawn shitloads of them. Aha! I've solved the case. That's exactly how you unlock that weapon. You overdid it again, huh, Snork? I don't know, it hurting usually sounds like overdoing it. Let's just stay down here at the bottom of this thing's radius. And we should be able to get away with this. Except for the fact that I'm swarming myself with more and more bees. There we go, bullet hell barrel. Ooh. Definitely sounds like something I want. Yeah. Oh. I mean, it's still entirely possible you're overdoing it then, too, but you would know better on that one. So I'm going to assume you're doing it correctly. Just be careful. Might be fun to go blood magazine, because what we can do is go into vampiric magazine. Yeah. Then again, bloodshot magazine would be a great way to get lots of bullets. Just the problem would be having to stay over 50% health, which this will inherently already be lowering us back down to 50% health. Now, I think I'm more interested in Vampiric Magazine, but I do want to go this route. Even though we lose the fire and the freeze from the magazine, I think this has potential to do really fun things for us. Is having a way to stabilize my health as long as we can keep killing would actually be huge. We just obviously, you know, have to get that far. Fine, I'll keep taking Alchemical Crest then until you stop giving me that and then give me back the other one. Since apparently I'm just not allowed to have enemy increase anymore. Yeah, this is why I'm still aiming myself, yeah. Especially now that we have the Helix bullets, where they're a little funny. Yeah, because some weapons, if they are very precise, you kind of have to let the auto-aim do it, because you won't be able to keep up with the amount of enemies you need to be switching to constantly, basically. Some weapons, though, thrive on manual fire, like the rocket launcher, depending on what you've set it up for, also would thrive on manual fire, so you get the most bang out of every shot. Because it doesn't prioritize that type of targeting. At this point, I think it literally just targets whatever's closest to you, or whatever it deems the biggest threat at that exact second that it's pulling the trigger. We do have a little bit of a reload problem. Yeah, we'll go ahead and take the reload speed. Yeah, that would make sense. And there's at least one that fires backward, I do believe, at least there's one that's implied to fire backwards. And obviously things like the containment field setup and the orbital shot, those don't matter where you're aiming either, because they just do things. I enjoy my spinny lightning gun. It's not what I had originally intended this weapon to do, but this is what's at least managing to work. It's a great path clearing weapon at the moment. Though it desperately needs either more bullets or more damage, because it's currently a little on the weak side. Yeah, exactly. I just really want to get an orbital bullet setup going. Just every time I go for that, it doesn't give me the final part. It doesn't give me the orbital barrel. Or we die before I get far enough to get it. One of the two always happens. So frustrating. Yeah, exactly. This is just kind of neat. And it's constantly putting lightning down this whole path, basically, if anything's in that path. Oh, I'm so fucked. That's the problem, though, is it doesn't keep up with this higher area. It would need a different setup to keep up with that area. And that is a perfect example of enemy count would not have helped. That would have just killed me faster. That's definitely a much more fun setup than an effective setup, unless you get more power behind it before you get the bullet splitter. Oh yeah, there's the 360 shot you were talking about, which I think or at least I'm assuming it's probably off of the same barrel as the accretion. So we're gonna have to get a piece of Malfor to get the bullet hell barrel. But hey, we know it exists now. Is there anything else I can afford, or am I short on parts for things still? And I guess I can get these. One of these. I'm more interested in this one, because I don't really use the jet stock that much. Let's go ahead and actually just stay in the Chaos Grove for a change. And see if we can actually get to Malfor. We'll just play it safe for a round. And I also want to actually get more out of the little funny lightning gun, rather than experimenting and dying. Containment field could be entertaining with it too, just make a ball pit. But that's not what I'm going for right now. Energy blaster would play along with it. Sure, we'll go ahead and grab the energy blaster, because I don't want to lock myself in on those other two quite yet. I haven't fully formed what I want for those parts right now. This thing reloads pretty quick, at least. Even without a reload speed upgrade. Though we do have a bunch of native reload speed, thanks to the genes. Thank you again for pointing out the fact that you can upgrade genes, because boy were we playing a majorly weakened setup because I didn't know that. I could go for the sucker grip, because I still want to try things like the electromagnetic grip and things like that. Even the cobalt magnet grip could be fun. Though every time you reload, you lose the bonus from that, which is a little sad. I just like the idea of, hey, pick up money, get credits. Get credits, get experience, rather. So it's just a feedback loop of crazy experience. Because you can grab the things that give you more credits as well and just make a crazy setup out of that. If it works. That's the kicker to that, is the if it works. Right now, when it's still just in decent fire rate, baby blue ball here, it doesn't really matter if I manual fire it. It's when we start really getting higher up with this where it'll matter. Let's go ahead and get some fire rate for it. Basically, if I get the energetic dissuasion barrel, I'll take that. If I get the helix barrel, I'll take that. I'm not picky as to which of those two paths I get. I just want one of those two paths for this. Hellspitter would be fun, but that doesn't do what I want. There we go. We finally got Gunny's notches. You don't... No, I don't think it precludes you getting Gunny's notches when you're in the hard start, right? That wouldn't make any sense. But we only saw that come back in, I think, when we weren't spawning over there. I feel like that's not a connection, that's a coincidence, but it's a thought. And yeah, there's the Ripper Ring Barrel, which gives more penetration instead of more bullets. Double collection range is kind of nice, but it's only for a quarter of a second. Ugh. Death Helix sounds hilarious, though. I could go Blood Magazine first. I know I said I was going to take Helix Barrel, but now I'm thinking about it. Now I'm thinking about fishing for the other one. Nah, well, we'll take this, because I said I was going to take this, and then we'll try the other angle afterward. Because right now, since I increased the enemy count a bit, I do need to be able to account for that. Though we are already so much stronger just off of genes that we could probably up the enemy count a lot in this beginning area and not be threatened. Okay, yeah, the genes themselves aren't increasing our health that much. We're sitting only at 130 right now. When we had that 200 health kind of early, I'm like, did the genes do that? It's like, that doesn't make sense. I don't have that much in there. Oh, that could be funny. That could be really funny. The helix shots and the containment field. You know what? I'm gonna try it. This is a bad idea in the making. Yeah, no, they behave weird in here. They all drain to one side when I'm moving. Oh, that's strange. They're so slow now that I'm faster than the bullets. Oh, that gives me ideas, though. That gives me ideas. Oh no. I can make like a weird murder shield old setup now. I don't know what to do with that idea though. If you get enough move speed going, you can like run to one side so it all pulls to one end and then slam back the other way and the whole pile of bullets goes back the other way. I don't think it'd be effective, but it'd be funny. Just like hurl the whole line of bullets at something. But it would require you being able to stop just in time not to run into the thing that you're throwing the bullets at too. It would be like supremely jank. As it stands, I need to get my bullet speed up a little bit or this is gonna be like completely ineffectual. This is the second I start walking around, this just turns to garbage. Because the alternative is I just stand still. And standing still is dangerous in this game, as we know, because there are so many things with, like, long range. But look at that. You keep the bullets on top of your target, and it just shreds it. It's stupid. If I didn't already have the kill the splitter in under 15 seconds, we would have had it there. None of these give bullet speed. The spawning bullets could be fun, but I'm going to go with the bullet count here. Because I have schemes in mind. But I desperately need to get our bullet speed up, even just a little bit, so they stop just hovering behind me constantly. There it is. I need them to be able to, like, stay somewhere other than the edge of the bubble. Like, the edge of the bubble works because I can do this, but it's hard to actually, like, angle that well. Because it drifts based on your movement. But this is a really funny setup here. I like this, even if this is terrible. I like this. But I do have to make it very clear that this is not a good setup right now. But there's a funny thing I can do here. If this guy wasn't in the fucking way. Just melt the tower with my bullshit. It's the simple things in life. Explosive magazines. No. I need helix rings so I can get the double helix. The sooner I have that, the sooner that will get better. Like, I just have this dumb, like, point asset enemy tactic right now. And I don't know what to do with that information. Aside from, you know, obviously do exactly what it says on the tin, point asset enemy and hope for best. Reverse claymore. There we go. Give me more bullet speed, so hopefully we break out of this situation. Though, I'm thinking now, I don't think the bullet speed's actually the problem. Like, it's part of the problem, but even with the speed increasing, it's still doing that. So I wonder if the way these orbs travel is the issue with this idea, and you just straight up can't get them to do what you need them to do. So they are starting to leave the edge of the circle. So maybe it works? I don't know, I've just got a very weird, like, screensaver going on around me now. And I'm not really sure what to do with this information. I know I keep saying that, but it still remains true. I'm not sure what else to do here. This could work. Oh, splitting magazine could be hilarious. Let's go with the magnet grip because collection radius is going to be important here. Not as important as if I was using a gun like the one the drone has, but with the amount of killing the drone's going to be doing for me for a while here. Now that it's getting its shit together. This might actually go somewhere. Which technically collection radius is important because notice, like, I kind of have to stay still for these to bounce around properly and give me an actual defensive barrier. But, like, as far as being a defensive barrier goes, it's actually, like, really good. I just can't move with it. And you can definitely tell where the edge of our collection radius is because everything's just piled up around it. Which is really unfortunate. It's kind of like going a very Death Ring heavy build in Genesia. And I don't have a bullet speed one, so I guess let's just make the bullets bigger then. I'm gonna get you, Bertha. I'm gonna hit you with my death ball. Ah. But like, this is basically like a melee range build, and that's the problem. Is you basically gotta get up in there, or it doesn't work. I want the damage, but I need the XP in such gain rates. This is up there for jankiest setup we've had. I'm kind of glad though that the containment field doesn't just become an I win button like it did for regular bullets. And even then it wasn't like a guaranteed win because things would eventually like pressure their way through your bubble of doom. But this is still very silly and I'm so here for it. You know, there we go. If I had more consistent YouTube comments, people probably would have been screaming at me in the comments of the previous two videos of this game about both the upgrading genes thing and the fact that I wasn't increasing enemy count at all. I just realized that, like, you know, that's definitely something people would just sit there screaming at the screen about. Especially every time I'm like, I don't know why I'm not making progress anymore. Oh, the way this looks now, it looks like something specific, and I just cannot think of what it looks like. I know what it is, but I don't remember the name, and I don't even know how to describe it properly. They're making some really neat patterns in this bubble with me, though. It's actually weirdly relaxing to just watch that stuff bouncing around. Like, it's just that weird, like, slight bit of satisfaction, kind of like a good screensaver has. Sentences that may or may not make any sense at all to anyone. Yeah, because we could still go for the Shatterer magazine again. And I would get the fancy buzzsaw. Which could be fun. Yeah, you know what? I don't think slowing them when they're close to me is that good an idea, because I don't really think it'll change anything. But freezing them could work, especially... Well, I don't have the razor grip, but this would be a great combo between the freezing magazine and the razor grip. These things would be a nice, easy punching range. But, like, look at this. Nothing can pass the bubble. Nothing breaks containment. Everything dies. Between the bullets from the drone and my impenetrable bubble shield. Nice. Go enjoy food. I will still be here with my bubble shield. Oh! I didn't realize there's a unique tuning for this weapon. You can actually get more Tesla chaining. Ooh. Give. More chain lightning. That allows my attacks to breach containment and further. Yes, yes. Oh god. The wizard is surviving in the bubble storm. Or at least they were. I still have not received anything that will fix this setup's fundamental flaw, which is unfortunate. Oh yeah, we do have the upgrade for the ducky where we get the kestrel. Sure, we'll go ahead and take the ducky. Because the ducky also helps the drone be better. I'm assuming the chicken is one of the upgrades for that. Oh, here comes Big Carl. Look at that damage. Oh, he's eating all the bubbles, though. Oh, no. He's already, like, near dead before he even formed, though, because of all the damage he took trying to get to us. Perish, Carl. No croissant for you. Yeah, we have actually not killed Carl that many times. Because usually we run off to somewhere where a different boss triggers instead of Carl. Or we die. Frequently we die. Fame and fortune. We've also got some level ups to go grab. Like, multiple level ups to go grab. There we go, that'll put us up another bullet. So we'll go ahead and take that. Ooh, there's the electromagnetic grip. Oh, they're giving me so many good things. Well, yeah, I wanted the electromagnetic grip out of these two. So we're taking that one. This way we go grab these credits and get plenty of free experience. They're not giving me the bullet speed upgrades anymore. Or either. It's like, nope, he wants those. He's not allowed to have things he wants. So I kind of need to just, like, inch so I don't throw all of the orbs off target here. We could keep increasing the bullet amount. Keep increasing the bullet amount. Because basically regular enemies cannot penetrate the shield right now. They attempt to get through the shield and they will just die. And if I actually like leverage the doom barrier or against something, it will get eviscerated. Bullet optimization. I mean, that would get us a lot of resource drop rate, which could be nice. We actually still don't have a stock on this thing, which is kind of funny. I think I'll go for this, though, because the crit rate increasing our max health might actually be huge. And the resource gain increases will be very nice. It's kind of funny how we've got two very opposite weapons going simultaneously here now. We got a weapon designed to kill enemies at extreme ranges, and a weapon designed to kill enemies only when they're on top of you. So it's actually like wondrous coverage if you think about it. Because you've got the giant bullet curtain from the machine gun, and then anything that passes it has to pass the trial of the fucking bubble machine to make contact with me, which just doesn't happen, basically. I wonder if I should split these up on YouTube this time into separate videos, since these are lasting longer, but even then, the longest one would not even be a half hour. So I suppose maybe not. I don't know. I invariably end up musing about these things and not being sure which way I should go with that. And yeah, we didn't gain a ton of health out of that because we don't have like an uproariously high crit rate. But we got a bit. I mean, a bit is better than nothing. So I guess at the end of the day, the max health increase would never be especially high, because the highest your crit rate can go is 100% in this game. Unless it counts it even though it goes above the actual maximum. I'm not sure how that works. Needless to say, it's starting to become a case of the bubble machine doesn't matter anymore. Because the machine gun is working entirely too well again. Which is fine. Give me some more bullet size. Because if the orbs are big enough, it won't matter if they go anywhere or not, because they'll just be the size of the ball I'm in, even if they don't go anywhere. I can't see me anymore. I'm in here, don't worry. I'm in the storm. I am one with the storm. Yeah, they straight up aren't giving me bullet speed. Anytime I look for it, it's just not there. That's okay. They can deprive me of what I want. Gang gang. We've straight up never seen these guys. Real shame is we're not gonna be seeing them for long, I don't think. Oh, you do have a range attack and it hurts. Oh, no wonder he's got a gun. It's a slime with a gun. But he's dead now. 30% credit drop chance. Taking damage from an enemy will increase your rate of fire by almost 100%, but reduce your credit drop chance. Ew. Gang Gang's Golden Gat. Lower magazine size, higher bullet damage, lower move speed, higher credit drop. That bullet damage increase is pretty hilarious. I like that. We'll go ahead and take that. Because our move speed going down is actually not a bad thing for this setup entirely. Because it means the orbs stay in front of me. Problem is, we currently have to do the Dance of Death with a lot of laser eyes, and that's part of why I was really thriving not being in the area where these guys are anymore. There we go. Go over 6 bullets. Mallard Charm? So we can get Kestrel? Yeah, because I don't know which stock I want still. I hadn't really given it that much thought. Wah. Eventually all of our choices will be stocks, so we'll be able to figure it out then, because I can directly compare them at that point. I need to find another tower so I can magnet all of the shit that's scattered around the 4 winds here to me. There's the freeze finally. Which with a small magazine, the buzzsaws will actually be like way more effective since its last shot in a magazine does the thing. So if you just have a one-shot magazine, I guess it would be every shot does that, huh? That's a concept. It's also getting really nasty in here, goddamn. I think they're upset. I think they don't appreciate what I've been doing here. Let's go ahead and go up to 100% crit rate so I don't have to think about that any further. Give me all the experience. Feed me power. Those chargers can't do anything as long as I'm not moving. My barrier is impenetrable. Ironically, this would actually be a great time for the sniper barrel if I could have it and the bullet count at the same time. Because a bunch of enemies coming in confused would actually be really helpful. Go ahead and take the crit bonus. There's the Shatterer magazine. And a nice little bonus of armor, never hurt anybody. Oh god, the buzzsaws get stuck in here too. Welcome to my nightmare. I've done a bad thing again. So, everybody out there listening, what's this weapon on a scale of 1 to war crime? Because, I think I might be at war crime. And I thought the bouncing bullets were bad. This is... oh boy. This is a thing I've done here. Yeah, they're starting to be able to stay ahead of me, at least for a little bit. Not really, though. Where haven't I been to kill more towers? I think there's some towers over here that I didn't kill yet. Look at all those apples for health. I mean, the saws are definitely a tool, yeah. I don't know about the lightning orbs, though. I have a hard time justifying those. You know what? Fair enough. I don't want to wander up into the hive zone because we're aiming for the tree man. I also don't want to get super tree man either. There's Charger, who's probably gonna have a really bad day as soon as he gets close. Yep. Rate of fire, bullet count, move speed. I mean, yes, 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 and yes. There we go. We ironically enough killed the upgraded Charger before we killed the regular Charger. So we only just now got the bonus for it. If we make these bubbles and saws big enough, it won't matter. That's what I need to remember. I do hope that the bullet sounds are low enough that this isn't too wild. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's a look. I'm not sure that's a look we need here. And clearly, at this rate, I'm a one-man police force. I'm not sure I actually wanted more magazine size, because that's going to reduce the amount of buzzsaws I'm flinging. I don't really need the crit rate, but the vision range... Then again, crit rate... Yeah, it does seem like it is still further increasing your max health even when your crit rate's maxed out. The crit chance increases do still affect it. Oh no, because there's 10 max health on that. But there is still a percentage coming into play because you'll notice we're going up by 11. So there's still an extra bit happening there. But it's also already a % increase before. And you'll notice that this one isn't changing it. So no, it's just getting higher in percentage because the amount of max health is getting higher, not because the crit chance is changing. We're not even using this, but again, it isn't committing to an item. Since we already had the energy gun. Which we haven't even been using, but we haven't needed it. I can only apologize to the bitrate at this point. It has to be dying now. There's no way the bitrate's happy with what's happening between these two weapons. It is kind of fun just watching the entire screen get peppered with tiny, tiny bullets. Is there like a cap on how many of a tuning you can use? Because I really have not seen the bullet speed one ever again. Very weird. Okay, now we have every stock available to us here. All I have for that one is shock mounted targeting AI. Shock absorbing stock. Decreasing bullet spread doesn't matter here. Standing still, increasing reload speed until we move might actually be a winner. I don't have enough upgrades for that one. Don't care about this one. So yeah, it is lightweight stock at the end of the day regardless. This might still fail against the actual final fight because of how close we're gonna have to get to hit them with this. But boy, oh boy, are we gonna do a lot of damage when we do get to attack. The only thing I gotta watch out for is as soon as I attack, all my attacks are gonna disappear. This is why it's irresponsible to let me have the power to build things like this. Because I will only ever do irresponsible things with it. I don't think I've ever done anything sane and reasonable with any kind of setup like this. Gee, I wonder, are we running out of augments? Maybe we're running out of augments again. I am gonna turn the bullet sounds down a little bit. It is starting to wear on my ears, whether it wears on anybody else or not. It needs to go down a little bit. Just because the constant from the machine gun is starting to drive me a little insane. I wanted it to still be present, but it just needed to be like a little lower. I'm getting the shit shot out of me trying to do that though. Let's clear these guys and then we'll try to do that. So, oh god, I might not be able to clear these. Why are there so many? Oh my god. That does sound really good. And we're dead. I was not expecting the entire screen to turn into eye lasers. What the hell is that? That is, yeah, that build can't win at that stage of the game. Because you cannot cope with the 50 million eye lasers. I was not expecting the entire map to fill with those. Jesus. It's really funny. Not the one though. Yeah, exactly. They're all out of bubble range, and there's none of move speed in the world to cover that. And the machine gun didn't have the power to kill them all quick enough to keep them from just unloading on me. Yes, I'm gonna need to go get some honeycombs. I want this. This will be great. Like that is exactly what I feared when I started stacking up things with the bubbles. With the bubble, that is eventually there was gonna come a situation where you can't fight the thing you need to fight because it's outside of bubble range. And the orbital bullets are gonna have a similar problem. Is we basically made just fucked up orbital bullets using the bubble there. But there might be a way to get them to orbit further, depending on how that works, because we still haven't gotten that weapon in combination to work. We're gonna try that again without the bubble this time. But no, that is expected results, basically, and just having hoped for better. You know, that's fair. Once something goes past a certain cost, it has to be good or it was a complete waste. Okay, there we go. The energetically dissuasive barrel immediately. I'm gonna go for the orbital bullets because I promised I was gonna do that after the bubble was done. Whether it works out or not. I want to know whether it'll work. And I just want to get to see the damn orbital bullets because we've never successfully gotten it. Because I almost always greed off somewhere while I'm trying to set it up and fucking die. Ammo rack? Ammo rack would mean a lot more of them going up into the air. Don't you tempt me with that damn containment field again, game. It won't. It's not a good idea. Because basically, as far as the top piece goes, I have two choices. I either take the ammo rack, or I wait for giant harness to get more penetration on what will be orbiting me. The increased penetration will make it more likely that the bullets will stick around to keep protecting me, but if I'm just putting more of them in the air, it won't necessarily matter. And this will help keep me alive till we get that, better than the increased penetration would, since this already has pretty solid penetration. At least that's the theory I'm operating under at the moment. Even without getting that many enemy amount increases, I feel like we didn't really have a problem of falling behind the curve last round. Because I took enough experience increases that it still mostly sorted itself out. And we just had death quantity such that it didn't matter. Big. I don't know what kind of magazine I want to go for this time. I don't think we're going to go with the buzzsaws again, because as cool as they were, I don't really want to just follow the exact same path again. So that leaves me either blood magazine or explosive napalm nonsense. And I'm kind of feeling the napalm. Is as these bullets pass through things, they'll just leave a trail of napalm everywhere, which will be hilarious. And it basically guarantees setting so much stuff on fire. The guarded grip could be good as well, because we are going to need an amount of armor and protection for using the orbital shots. So if we could get the shield projector grip, we could actually get a little bit of leeway on making mistakes. It might not be the most optimal idea, but I like the idea. I think I can kill a tower at this point, as long as I focus and the drone actually helps. We don't need all of the apples from that at the moment. I think there's a tower around here somewhere. Yep, there it is. Yeah, we are doing very minimal damage to that tower at the moment. Yeah, a little bit more mag size. Pew 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 pew. Orb, 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 orb. Yeah, see, we've been unloading on this thing, and it's still only about half. This is a perfect example of going for a tower probably a little too early. But there's a lot of experience scattered around that I would like to get. So... oh, there's the blood magazine. Oh, but there is splitting bullets, too. I hadn't considered splitting bullets because we've been using it so much. They really don't want me taking explosive rounds, apparently, since they put two very tempting magazines in front of me here. Blood magazine's tempting primarily because of Vampiric magazine. Because if I take Vampiric magazine, it'll make up for any damage I end up taking while using the orbital shots. Like, this basically turns into, like, some kind of very powerful defensive set. I feel like the napalm might be better, though. Problem is, though, I end up taking the energy blaster. Which I guess that's not that big a problem, actually. Because there's no particular underbarrel that I'm looking for this setup. Yeah, we'll fish for the napalm. I've decided. I just want to set the world on fire. I haven't gotten to do that yet today. I need to get to set things on fire now and then to keep me happy. No, I'll take the forged frame. Especially since we are actually going to be aiming for having a status effect. Technically, actually, we're going to be angling into two status effects because we can have electrocuted off of the energy blast and we can have the on fire effect. Yeah, right now this is nowhere near as potent as the Wheel of Doom was, but that's not really surprising because the Wheel of Doom was stupid. If we get the double bullet genome, I think I might take it. I hadn't thought about that. Well, there it is. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Because remember what I was saying about bullet count towards the idea of making the better barrier, so... And more bullets, more lightning, more better, so... There's the electrically dissuasive barrel. We're almost to orbiting shots. Actually, wait, hang on. Yeah, now Tesla bolts come out of the thing that happens when we get hit as well, and we already have... I think that's actually the same tag as the bolts that come out of our shots, so I think when we get the Tesla increases, it might actually affect that too. So that actually could work. I wonder if there's a way to just like go maximum chain lightning. I guess not really, because there's only one thing we've seen that actually affects it as far as like making it chain more, and it seems to not come up very often. So I think that might just not be a thing we can really manipulate to that degree, which is a shame. Having lightning just like chaining to every enemy on the screen with every ball could be hilarious. I don't know why I'm saying that word so much today. I'm saying it definitely more than I usually do, and I already say it a decent amount. I've noticed there are some words I just like say entirely too often. But without sitting there and training my brain out of that, I'm not really gonna change that. And we all have like a handful of words we say to a ridiculous degree anyway. Because they're just words we're comfortable with using, basically. Like, there's a lot more to it than that, but that's the easy version. We finally have the orbital dissuasion barrel. Okay, that works a little sloppier than I thought, but it does work the way I hoped in that we still get our regular bullets and we get bonus bullets that orbit. Which, I know it said that that's how that worked, but just because it said it doesn't mean it was actually going to work as intended. And they actually orbit at a decent distance, too. Now is a point where we could probably switch to auto fire and not really need to think as much. Especially since the drone's gun's getting a lot stronger. If I need a specific thing dead, I can kind of walk the orb circle into it. But maybe not. Remember when I was saying that the penetration power on these orbs might turn into a problem? Yeah. Yeah, it's turning into a little bit of a problem. Well, there's the Tesla coil I was talking about, but Gunny's notches rather. Ooh. No, I want to see these chains in action here. The fire rate will definitely help. It's kind of an either or. You either have them last a really long time or you put a lot of them in the air. Either one kind of ends up in the same position. Both would obviously be ideal, but you need one or the other for this to function. If you don't have either, it just turns into garbage. Because the fire rate on this isn't terrible, but it's not great. You're right about that. It may also be that they don't have enough bullet lifetime, too, because I assume they continue to travel until the bullet distance runs out as well. So that could also be another layer to this. Is they penetrate 3.5 times. But they only travel 8 meters right now. I'm gonna try increasing the bullet range. It's gonna be hard to tell if they're actually seeming to last longer, but they are orbiting differently. They're like clumping up differently now, so we're not getting a perfect shield anymore. Which could be an issue with that idea. A little bit. Then again, them not making a perfect shield isn't the worst thing. They definitely need more damage, though. The current damage output is sadness. So we'll go ahead and fix that up a little bit. Because they can't protect you from shit if they don't kill what's near you. The eyeball. Yeah, we still only have just glass eye. And I'm not super enthused about that. We could go into Kestrel. I don't really want the weighted stock, so yeah, I think we'll go Ducky into Kestrel, etc. Some of these I literally just need to buy some more variations for so that they start being more meaningful. Because having something that just dead ends out after like one upgrade just makes it not really worth anything. Now that we're actually like surviving decently long consistently. At the end of the day, it doesn't seem like this is quite as breakable as I had hoped, but then again, there is room for this to further upgrade, too. So that would probably make this more absurd. We could get more bullet chain, but you are definitely right that we need to raise our fire rate. The only thing is, this is a unique upgrade, and that's why I'm like, I kind of want it. Because we can get other things that'll raise our fire rate. Yeah, this is probably not the best idea, but I like the idea of continuing to have these Tesla bolts chaining out further and further, because you can actually actively see them going out among the enemies, now that we've increased it further. It kind of would operate under a similar scale to how penetration is beneficial. Because you're still, at the end of the day, hitting more enemies per hit. I think I do actually want this. Because the doubled experience from the reticles might actually be good for us here. The other option is we electrocute them, which could stun things. But that involves me actually remembering to use my energy bolts. And that is a nice, convenient way to get a lot of crit rate very quickly. This is where the true test of this comes in, is when they start really swarming in like this. But we're holding, so I think it's not completely terrible. Yeah, now we can get the fire rate increase. I was hoping for one of the things that gave us a different fire rate increase, like off of a stock or something, but we didn't get it, and now I'm locked out of that idea, which is why I switched my thought process there. Our reload speed's not the best at the moment, so raising the magazine size isn't a bad idea. And if anybody's wondering about the throat clearing, I've just been congested all day. I'm not sick, everything's fine. I know people on occasion can take even something small like that and go, they're dying, oh no, everything's awful. Just like, no, everything's fine. I've just had a congested shit day as far as that goes. There's the explosive magazine finally. It's gonna kill our rate of fire, which is gonna be kind of terrible right now. But god damn it, I wanted the explosive magazines. The multi-explosion is actually kind of nice, though. I really wish his hitbox wasn't as tall as his model is, even though it makes perfect sense for that to be true. He takes up so much fucking space on the screen. We are still getting enough orbs out thanks to Frenzy, so we're kind of balling here. Part of me's glad. Yeah, that's true. They have to keep the name on point there, so Big Carl's gotta be pretty big. But yeah, and part of me's actually glad I didn't get the orbital barrel any of the times I was using regular bullets, because I feel like I would have been disappointed. Because I'm already slightly disappointed in its performance here, for how much of a pain it's been to get. But I also feel like if I'd gotten it without it having been as big a pain in the ass to get, I probably would be less disappointed at the same time. So it's kind of an either or there. we go. There's the shield grip. I just need one more upgrade for that to get the grip that I want. And then the grips will be out of the pool, which frees up more options towards getting the other things we want. Well, yeah, the more bullets you have, obviously, the more effective it would be, because it would keep increasing the amount of orbitals. And, like, right now, we have double bullet. It's just only double bullet. It's not, like, quad or anything. So it obviously could go higher. We've just had to patch other issues along the way, so I couldn't go ham on bullet count. Like, I'm not saying that there's no potential in the orbitals, it's just not as fun as I'd wanted. Oh yeah, you meant splitting magazine, yeah. I see the idea there. Half the reason I didn't take splitting magazine is just we've been doing a lot with splitting magazine. So I felt that the idea was kind of tired at this point. And I wanted to try putting napalm everywhere, but it's been refusing to finish giving me napalm. Yeah, but just because it's good doesn't mean you should use it every time. Otherwise, what's the point of having a build system if you're just gonna use the same shit over and over again? They may as well just hand you those items and go, here, go have fun. There's no point anymore. Ah, yes, let's just use two things. How daring you are. Oh, God. What a creative, daring master. Not that we have a ton of options even when you use all of them. There's like 4 magazine trees, but, you know, you gotta try them all at some point again anyway. I mean, how many times have I said that I don't care that something's better, and I'm just gonna use the thing anyway, just because change? And look at this, everything's burning now. Everything is on fire. Bathe in the gross incandescence of me burning everything. I never claimed that this was effective. I just claimed I wanted to set things on fire. It would be horrific. It would be hilarious, but it'd be horrific. Because a build like this would make the game unplayable because you wouldn't be able to move. You would just die instantly. Like, it would basically make rockets nearly unplayable if those damaged you. It would make this setup near unplayable if you get damage yourself. Oh, it'd be such a thing. It would be very funny, but it'd be so bad. The extra on fire damage would be nice, but we can kind of have our cake and eat it too, where we can set them on fire and get a close enough slow to the, at least the chill part here. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. This would be better if I was playing the lady with the fire bottles, because the effect size increase from this would be better for that. But now we also slow everything that doesn't just die. Gang might be a bit of a problem, because our damage output's currently a little on the low side. He may just shoot us to death, because his damage output was pretty scary. But we also don't have to get as close to him because we still have regular shots. And then the fire can just burn him to death for me. That's not enough of damage increase. Why did you put it up there? I know the answer why, but god damn it, game. Yeah, let's actually take the status effect duration now that we have a status effect. The longer they burn, the better off we will be. There we go. So that actually wasn't as bad as I feared. Because he kind of couldn't move once we hit him with the fireball. Oh, there. Also true. That's a very big upswing to our bullet damage. Raising our special power is also not actually a bad idea at this point, because we are starting to use fire. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and get that upswing for our bullet damage, because our move speed's already high enough that the 6%'s not too bad. The magazine size hurts a little bit, but this is worth it. Yeah, look at how much better that's clearing now. That is perfectly fine. No, that's the wrong one. Take the Mallard Charm. I thought about the battering ram for a second, and I'm like, wait, there's a reason why I didn't take that before. What was it? Oh, right, it's not the one I'm looking for. We could get our magazine size back. But dropping our max health a little bit isn't too bad, and I do want some more armor. Which was what the temptation of the battering ram was. Admittedly, the fire idea would be better if I had a more widespread long-range shot, similar to what the machine gun's doing. That way, the flames would be spread across more of the screen instead of kind of condensed around me and then in a line in front of me. There's the shield projector, finally. It's just an extra free 10 hit points, which with enough armor, most things aren't going to do enough damage to break that consistently. So it buys you a little bit of extra time. I do wish that that shield scaled more, but it probably would be better with the upgraded version, which we still don't have. Now we can go ahead and increase the enemy count again, because we're keeping pretty good controls, so we can freely do that without having to worry about being overwhelmed. Because we have stupid machine gun as our shield now. I need to go find a tower. Now it's making such a mess all over the place that I can't reliably pick it all up. I will freely admit to getting somewhat lazy because of other games giving you an ever-increasing collection size, so eventually you just start collecting the whole screen instead of needing to be close to it. And this game never seems to really reach that kind of height with collection size, even when I was aiming into it. It didn't seem to really work that well. But I guess since magnets are so common in this game, because of how many towers there are, I guess you don't technically need collection size to ever really get high. It would just be nice. Let's go ahead and grab that, so we get those square reticles for the double experience. Get that fire rate up a bit more. This way we start filling out the bubble shield a little bit better. I could finish this so it gets out of the pool. Yeah, let's go ahead and finish that so it's not in the pool anymore, distracting from other things we could potentially be getting. Because we still don't have the last upgrade for this barrel either. There's still the one that shoots the other. Oh no, we don't have that. I didn't buy that. Right. That one was too expensive because it needed a part off of the tree man. Which, as far as I'm able to tell, I think this game was partially designed with you having gotten winning runs before moving on to other places in mind. rather than blitzing around like a crazy person like I've been doing. It's like, hey, I can just bully my way in here, whether I'm supposed to be here or not. I'm going in. Which I'm sure that probably fucked with the progression that was intended a fair bit, which is why we're lacking in some currencies. Effect size really just doesn't seem like it would matter for this. Again, unless effect size like extends the Tesla chain range, which it does not say that anywhere. But it would be enough of an edge case that it might not mention it. But I have too much happening on screen to be like, oh yeah, I can accurately test that right now. It's too much of a clusterfuck on screen at this point. For me to be like, oh yeah, that worked. The barrier worked though. The barrier stopped all those chargers from ruining my whole day. So I'm pretty happy about that. Let's go ahead and get fire rate. I was debating the special power increase because we have a lot of special, so it will increase a lot. Let's just finish him off with the energy blaster. Rate of fire and bullet count up. Rate of fire, move speed, resource drop. He's all about rate of fire, huh? Okay. I'm kind of down with that. 7,000 special power. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Kill them all.
Exactly, Zin. Exactly. Kill them all. More bullets to kill more of them with. Yes. I'm probably gonna go with the relativistic loader again because we don't really have a stun. And our magazine's just high enough that I'm not super jazzed about that. Whereas if I push a magazine higher, we can benefit more from the relativistic loader. There we go, more orb. Now I can just start spinning. 2.5 million damage with this thing, and we've only had it for like an hour or so, give or take, I think. That's how much I've been enjoying using this thing and how much it's been just doing terrifying things to everything on screen. Yeah. Which means you only get like the first quarter of that time frame where you get the bullet damage increase. I'd rather have it be the entire magazine that you get the bullet damage increase for, which would involve a much smaller magazine. Yeah. So it's actually half, but bear in mind, I'm not sitting here or memorizing these numbers. I just look at it, go, that's not the whole time that the magazine's there. For that very specific mag size, yeah, and that specific fire rate. But based on our current fire rate, I will get a lot of damage out of each individual bullet as soon as basically we pass half the magazine. Out of the one I did pick. And at the end of the day, it's not really looking like it's gonna matter anyway, considering things are just getting eviscerated anyway. I just think things with higher fire rates and smaller magazines would benefit from it more. I mean, even if I lose, there's no guarantee that that would have changed it. short of having a time machine and going back and doing it the other way, there's no way to guarantee which way it would have played out. That entire discussion is basically moot. Unless somebody sits there and does like every single mathematical calculation for every single bullet that was fired. Which, why would anyone sit there and math it out that hard to find out whether that would have made the difference or not? Yeah, but it's not worth it. It genuinely isn't an expensive effort that has value. If you're worried about being able to say "I told you so" that hard, you probably should go find something better to do with your time. There's still plenty of other things you could do other than doing that calculation. Even if you don't move. No, don't worry. The brain destruction from food will come soon at that rate then. If you're already at that point, food coma might not be far away. Oh, the screen is getting so crowded. I can't see what's happening because there's so many enemy models on screen. They're still dying, it's just very hard to see anything now. Which, that's the cost of me using the magazine that I'm using, is it's a little bit blinding. But hey, we survived the initial spawn into this part now, compared to the other setup, so this is already an improvement. Yeah, let's get some more reload speed going here. And Malfour is definitely dying. So he's fast. He's way faster than I would have expected a big fucking tree to be. I will read that when I'm not about to be mauled by a giant tree. Because I feel like I'm gonna have to read that correctly for that to make sense. So just give me a minute on that idea. What did I tell you? It didn't matter. Yeah, if you take the averages, you make the calculation a lot easier. Oh, and we got the 80% accuracy or higher, too, so that's actually really good. We actually got over 100% accuracy because of all the extra bullets. I guess they don't take the drone's shots into account, because there were so many. Well, I guess maybe even that averages out because there's millions of bullets flying around. But either way, like I said, it didn't matter which one I picked because we won anyway. The drone definitely did more damage than we did, by double though. Which is pretty great. That just tells you that that drone's gun is definitely really good. I'm kind of surprised it was only a sub 8,000 shots. Would have expected that to be more shots than that. But then again, our fire rate kind of stank through, like, most of that run. But now we can activate this thing, which I assume is what allows us to adjust the drone. Oh! Oh! Okay. Yeah, this is what I thought. Can the drone pick up experience? Because if the drone can pick up experience, having it fly toward experience might actually be really good. So wait, just having this allows the drone to pick up experience? That's weird, because I didn't purchase the thing yet. So you're saying just having this station open added that ability? Or are you saying after I purchased that, it would do that? Okay, that's what I was trying to understand, because I'm like, wait a minute here. Yeah, because that means I definitely want that. Sometimes these things are weird, and when it's phrased that way, it was left open to interpretation, so I wanted to verify. I bought a different movement. Why is that not in here? I guess maybe that doesn't count as the actual movement thing? What? But it's in the movement category. What? I'm slightly confused by that. We'll go ahead and grab this too, because that is handy. Well, we'll see if it works or if it doesn't. Yeah, because that worked. It just doesn't let me switch it to chasing the experience. So I'm just gonna hope that it does it anyway. I mean, that wouldn't be the first time. Further mutate. Put one of the wide ones back in, at least for the moment. What was it that I opened up? Oh yeah. Yeah, big rifle. I feel like that's not actually going to be as good as it seems. Just because the fact that it's got a fire rate of absolutely not is gonna come back to bite me, but I have to try it. Oh, that's actually not that bad rate of fire. It's only slightly worse than the RPG, so it's not terrible. It's just not great. Yeah, no, that's not bad at all. I expected for something like this for it to be more like a rate of fire of like 0.5. Yeah, no, the drone's still staying with me, so I think something went wrong when I purchased the go get experience thing. So I definitely purchased it, and he's still just hanging out with me. We at least get the bodyguard bonus, but that's not what I wanted. It's not what I intended. This thing already fires decent-sized bullets. Can I make these bullets big enough that it doesn't matter if I'm only firing one bullet? I will say that out of the things we could have gotten, this is definitely not a resoundingly exciting weapon by default. But there is goofy potential here that I might be able to make use of. Like, of the two things we've unlocked weapon-wise today, the energy gun was definitely more exciting. But at least it's a new gun. And it is a different dynamic compared to the other weapons we have. Is out of the actual bullet-firing weapons, I think this is the lowest fire rate. Which leads to a completely different way of playing, potentially. If I just, like, never raise the fire rate of this thing ever. Which seems like a horrific idea at the end of the day, based on the way this game is, but I'm kind of curious to see if there's a way to make that work. I think I would need things I don't have, though, to make an idea like that happen. Like, for example, homing bullets. Like, it would start just chasing all the enemies on screen around or something, as it just punches through a dozen enemies at once. I could fully commit to the bit and go sniper barrel. That would be kind of an awful idea. Also, wait, weren't these reversed before? Wasn't the sniper barrel the one that caused confusion, and then assassin barrel was the one that lowered your speed? I could have swore that was the case. At some point those switched, I think. It messed with me the last time I looked at that, and it's messing with me again because I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's true. I'm pretty sure at some point they flipped those. Low fire rate would actually work out decently well with this idea. See, I don't know if you're fucking with me on that one or not, and that's the fucked up part for that one. The other one I knew. This one I'm like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at the patch notes. Then again, I could just look at the VOD from the last session and I would be able to answer my own question. Because I know they updated the game a couple times, but I didn't really look at the patch notes. Those that even had patch notes, because I think at least one of said updates didn't actually have notes. I probably shouldn't keep further increasing the enemy spawn count without increasing our ability to shoot faster or something. Let's go ahead and make the experience more worth it instead. This is managing to hold up decently well even without like any real help. But that's primarily probably the drone and auto fire protecting me. They really want me to take the sniper barrel. I just had a really dumb idea, and I think it will get me killed. But what if I make a turbo powerful sniper setup where I don't move? Like, we just go for all of the defensive shit and just don't move. Like, we only move when we absolutely have to. Answer, I'm going to die. But what if? Yeah, exactly. But what if it worked, though? What if it worked? It's absolutely not gonna work. It's absolutely the worst idea I've had today. What if every bullet did like 300 damage and you didn't have to worry about it? It's the worst idea, like I said. It's the worst idea I've ever had. And I only say the don't move thing because there's a couple attachments that benefit from you straight up just not moving. But I feel like I would need the entire setup there for that to even approach a good idea. And even then, it's not a good idea. But I'm trying to think of what other extremes we can take this game to. That's part of the fun, is what kind of like extreme this stat stupid idea can I make happen? Kind of like the one weapon setups we were doing in Hive Survivors, for example. Like, okay, let's just use this weapon type the entire way. And oop, well, that one crashed and burned. Guess that's not meant to be used by itself. What I can do without altering the fire rate or anything like that is I could go into like splitting with this, since I want the healing magazine. Yeah, we can do that. It kills our max health a bit, which could be a problem. But the few bullets that bounce off of this will hit really hard as well. And we could go into Helix Barrel, since I'm not actually... I don't have a committed barrel in mind. Initially, I was going to take the Sniper Barrel because that would actually work with the fact that we're not moving. But if we could also go Ripper Ring, so we actually have collection range to pick up any experience with. Because that's kind of the issue that this setup's going to have, is you can't collect any experience. That's what would actually kill me on that idea. Like, we can go into Giant's Harness, Berserker's Harness, and just have insane bullet size. So I'll push the decision as to which barrel down the line a bit. It's very funny that our split bullets off of this are about the size that this gun's bullets started at. But I fully acknowledge that what I'm building here is a horrific idea. There's a way to make this a good idea, and it would involve getting rid of the... Yeah, exactly. And eventually they'll become the size of houses. Because my goal is not changing the bullet count at all. Ideally not changing the fire rate any further than our natural bonus does. Just biggest, most damaging bullet I can muster. Just throw a city block at them out of the sniper rifle. Already the bullets are almost the size of us. So we're going places with that idea so far. And they're one-shotting most of these guys. So the damage is getting places, though we definitely are going to want some crit rate too, just to make sure we absolutely hit like a house. Like, I think I'm gonna have to forego the actual not moving part. Moving slow, but the standing still part's probably gonna have to be ignored out of that scheme. just for sake of actually being able to do something. But we can probably like go blast a tower right now. I really should actually be upping my vision range too, so we could actually use the sniper rifle as a sniper rifle for dealing with things like towers. Because otherwise I have to remember where they are on the map and things like that. Or shoot where they're shooting from. Which, you know, I can absolutely do that. There's no guarantee of hitting the target that way. Also, wow. Even though we have high shot damage, it's not really moving that health bar much. But then again, it takes us forever to hit each time. So, there's always that. Oh yeah, the shield grip also raises enemy spawn rate. Right. Good. This is already not showing the best signs. Though boy, when it hits, it hits. Somehow I keep setting myself up for failure with my timing, though. I feel like I might want to put a bayonet or something on this, though. Just to take care of the things that get too close. Which that seems incredibly counterintuitive, huh? To put a bayonet on a sniper rifle. But at the same time, it also makes perfect logical sense. Now, let me get some more damage because things are surviving entirely too well right now, and I don't appreciate that. It's kind of fun that I can stay outside of Bertha's actually attacking range. Like, obviously she can shoot far enough to hit us, but she's not attacking at that range because she's trying to get closer to make sure that there's enough room there for the shot to have a chance to hit. Nope, we found another tower, though. Circle around. Because if I'm going to fight a tower, I'm going to fight the one that I've already hurt. Oh, hang on. My eye wants to itch right now, and I don't want to have that be a problem. Imagine if I accidentally hit give up as I was trying to come back after scratching my eye. Oh, how bad that would be, huh? It would be kind of funny, though. We can get a huge bullet damage boost from Bertha here, though. Since it's like a 30% increase, and we have already pretty high bullet damage. Yeah, that'll take us from 60 to 70. It does give us a little bit of move speed, which we're going to end up demolishing. More bullet size. Our bullets are like the width of the road now. This is so good. It's such a bad setup, but it's so good on a comedy level. The best part is we have coverage from the drone, and then I just have this to take out anything that is more sturdy than your basic enemy, basically. Not that it's currently entirely working according to that plan, but, you know. As soon as we get this, though, we'll be getting a good amount of XP. Because I have to imagine there's a lot of collateral damage from these bullets going way out into the distance. We did accidentally increase my fire rate a bit more, I think. Or did I? No, I lowered it, I think. I think I made it worse, not better. There's the shield projector grip already, so we'll take that. Okay, yeah, auto fire is not the best idea for this because it just keeps going fuck this guy in particular instead of aiming where it would be useful. Like at all of the chargers that are forming up to fuck my shit up. This setup desperately needs some manner of underbarrel as a support item. There's the Giant's Harness. Why did you give me both these at the same time? Ah! We need the Giant's Harness, though. The Vampiric Magazine would be nice, but we're not guaranteed to get it right after that, so I'm better off taking the bullet size increase just so we can clear even more enemies. He's per shot. More bullet size. Fire biggest bullet. I dub thee the compensator. Reload speed is probably a good idea because I still don't have a very high mag size. At some point we gained magazine size and I don't really know where. Because I didn't really go out of my way to get us magazine size, but here we are, we have it. Oh, we are getting chewed to pieces. We hurt Carl a decent bit, but Carl's the last time we lost trying to use something that had bad move speed, so I feel like this is where we're gonna die again on this scheme too. Because the drone's not exactly doing a great job of keeping the area clear around me. Well, we took 100 hits from enemies in a single run though, so that's good. We got durability on lock here. I can't get to that because he's fucking blocking me. Because I'm too slow to get around him quickly. Gotta take the long road all the way around. There's still the Helix barrel. That would be doubling my damage. That is actually really tempting. Because if you think about it, it would be double 60 damage bullets. And they're huge bullets, because it doesn't change bullet size at all. I feel like it's a little bit of a cop-out, but it might end up being a necessary cop-out. No, we stay the course. We remain a fool. But I think I actually want to take the armored stock here, though. He's going over 100 damages. We need the vampire bullets, though. Without the vampire bullets, we are sunk in the long term. Because we are hemorrhaging health at this point. The only scary part about trying to make this work as far as vampire bullets goes is I don't know whether the things the drone kills counts. I'm going to assume they don't. Which means the drone might end up last hitting a lot of things we're trying to kill. Which might deprive us in ways unexpected. This is how far we've had to run. We're back at the start. And now we take it all the way back around. Taking our giant death plant for a walk. The scary thing is we might have Big Carl around long enough that another boss might spawn. Because I don't know if more than one boss can exist at a time, but if they can, we might have a problem there. And even if they can't, as soon as Carl dies, something else might pop up. Well, there's Bloodshot, but that's not the one I wanted. There's Hell Splitter, but... I was holding out for Sniper Barrel, which is such a bad idea. This is such a bad idea. Especially since the Sniper Barrel itself actually kind of sucks now. It's great for crit bonus, but other than that, it's terrible. He says he takes it fucking anyway because he's an idiot. But you'll notice with the fire rate, it doesn't actually keep us slowed. So it actually kind of works. Whereas when we tried to use it with things with high fire rates, you just end up slowing down a ton. This is turning into a working build, and I don't know what to do with that idea. Aside from, you know, obviously celebrate the fact that I figured something out here. I obviously want the Assassin's Barrel because there's no loss to having this, and it makes us way better. That would be great on any other setup other than this one. The crit bonus would be really nice, but I don't want the fire rate. So I'm still trying to keep the fire rate low because I'm a fool. So yeah, I think we take Fame and Fortune so we get almost 100% crit rate. The alternative being the bullet damage, which it would be nice, but the XP gain rate and such here, I think, would be the thing for us. And we are steadily climbing back out of the hole now that we're not threatened as much, again, for the moment. Let's go hunt down another tower, though, because we are once again in the experience is far away and scattered to the four winds problem. So, let's get that sorted. Why did our crit chance go back down? Oh, I think I have something that affects that, yeah. Because I think we were at just high enough health that our magazine might have been doing its thing or something, I don't know. Some variation thereof was causing us to have higher crit rate temporarily. I don't want Bloodshot, I want Vampiric. I want that one. That one. Not this one. This one's fun, but no, this one. Guess I'll take a grenade launcher. I haven't used that yet today. Oh, yep, that's what I was afraid of with how long it took to kill Carl. If we just shoot him from off screen, though, maybe this will work out. I say as I'm doing, like, no real damage to him. It really feels that way. Oh my god. shot spam. Oh god. We are learning what true fear feels like, and it's being surrounded by bullets. Now, reload. Oh my god. I'm amazed we're still alive, if I'm honest. We're not gonna be for long at this rate. And they still won't give us the game, come on! You're breaking my balls here. Can't get Berserker Harness, can't get Vampiric. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. I hate it here. Block 1,000 damage in our single run. This is how we die, though. I need to stop shooting so I can move, but since he was off screen, I couldn't tell what angle his bullets were gonna go, and they traveled just fast enough. I don't know. I was just doing it because it was a fun idea. But welcome in, Creature in a Bell Tower. Hope you're doing well. And it would have worked out fine if it just gave me the damn Vampiric magazine. We could have recovered just fine, but it refused to give it to me. We got the other one like 4 times. But I know there's a high fire rate one. I don't know if there's a low fire rate one. But we definitely got a bunch of defense-based ones because that was the other half of what that build had. Was a lot of defensive mechanics going. Yeah, exactly. That's how it felt. And now I'm actually gonna look, because I don't think there's something for having a really low fire rate, but now I'm curious to see if we would have actually gained something from making that work. So I'm happy that that actually went to the point where we got to Gang Gang, at least. I expected to die sooner than that. Huh. These are all blueprints. Yeah, because there's a lot of like defense-based ones. But I don't think there was anything about just to have like the worst fire rate in the world. Yeah, no, there's none, at least that I'm immediately spotting. Unless it's one of the genome ones, which it might be. So I think there was one for bullet spread. 70% accuracy or higher with shotgun. This was part of what I was aiming for, was to kill a defense tower from really far away. Yeah, there was that. The accuracy mission is how you got the sniper frame that I was using. Which we got that by accident using this nightmare contraption over here. Somehow this ended up with like 130% accuracy at the end of a run, so that was a thing. Are you gonna let me switch this to follow experience now? Nope, still not switching. Huh. So I definitely purchased it. I wonder if maybe that's just labeled wrong. But I also wasn't paying attention to see if the drone was picking up experience. I do actually want to change their targeting, though. Since I have it on a really high fire rate weapon, we'll aim for weaker targets. Because the individual bullet damage on that gun's not super high. And yeah, we did kill Malfor and we didn't get one of these, so I think it is actually only off of Malfor's star. Or it's just rare off of not Malfor star. Either way, probably better just killing the higher one. I think I'll do one more, maybe. See if we can actually pull off something ridiculous here. I like the 50 cal AMR, but I don't think I'm going to use it too much. I do like my Teslian carbines. We'll go back to that. And now it taunts me by giving the blood magazine again. It's like, do you want to not get vampiric magazine again? Fucking game. I'm gonna take it anyway because I'm an idiot. And I still want to actually get to use the damn vampiric magazine that I purchased. But I know how it's gonna end. I'm gonna get denied it again and I'm gonna get annoyed. But at least now I could actually take Bloodshot and not be upset with myself. Because my dumb idea has now failed, so I can accept the fact that the dumb idea fails. I say knowing full well that I'm going to try again when I have more attachments that'll work for that idea. Sometimes it's painful knowing your own behavior too much. Yeah, as anybody that's been here for a while can attest, half of my thing is, can I get away with doing insert stupid thing here and taking numbers in a weird direction to see what would happen? How about no this time, game? How about no to your damn sniper barrel? I don't want any of these that much right now. But I guess I'll take the dead at least sight route. Which this would have actually been another good option for the sniping idea I had, because it would have at least benefited from shooting at longer ranges. So presumably as it pierced through more targets, it would have dealt more damage to the further targets along. Let's take back control of our weapon here, because it's doing stupid and getting me killed. There's a temptation to switch this drone over to the crazy lightning ball whole setup we had going, so it can just use that to shield me from situations like this. But it wouldn't be very good till later on, is the problem. Not that the machine gun is incredible till later. Okay, I mean, at least that means that that bread was worth it. Somewhat, at least. Whether it was entirely worth it is question mark, but it was at least to some degree worth it. Just walk through the holes in the patterns. We're gonna die. We are so gonna die, because this is not ramping up the way I need it to. Nor is it going too quick enough at this rate. Because I think I grabbed my ideas out of order. So getting kind of screw jobbed on that one upgrade was a real bad situation. We're dead. We're fucking dead. Because this ain't gonna be enough. None of these are gonna be enough. The best shot here would be this, and that's not gonna be enough to change the situation we're in right now, I don't think. Because our health has already gotten too low because of how bad things were already going. Oof. I'm gonna take it and try, but I don't think it's gonna work out. Because the increased move speed's all well and good, but I'm gonna have to really dance my ass off to get anything done here. I mean, that is good bread. That's how you know it's damn good bread. I just think that, yeah, that $6 for that much bread is way too much. But hey, if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. I don't have to understand it. Just like nobody has to understand my nonsense, nobody has to agree on the value of bread either. Yep. One misstep was all it took at that point, and I knew we'd gone too far already. We were too far down the hole for that run. Just gonna go ahead and throw that away, pretend that didn't happen. We're building up lots of credits because we don't have the part I need for most of the things I can buy now. Go ahead and grab the Skull Spike Grip. Like, a lot of things require Malfor parts now. Go ahead and grab that. I don't care enough to get the Turbine Jet. It's like, we're stuck on, like, honeycombs and Malfor parts. I think I have enough to go upgrade some more of my genes, though. Yeah, but nothing that I'm really angling to upgrade at the second.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
Yeah, that clone is long dead. Yep, is this... I guess maybe tightness, basic tightness might be our next goal. Rather than going hard mode Malphus, maybe we should just get regular tightness out of the way so we can at least open this door. So that'll involve going over here. Because this way at least we'll make some more progress and I can go check that spot that I forgot about. I mean, out of these choices, it would either be the flamethrower or the cryo magazine, because I don't want to do another death bubble run right now. I think I'll take the flamethrower because we still haven't actually gotten past base flamethrower any of the times we picked it up. And I still want to keep my options open as far as the magazine goes. I know, Ice magazine is great. Don't care. Don't care right now. Trying things. I do fully acknowledge that Ice magazine good. Ice magazine not in plan though. Oh wow, that tower's just right there. Right, I forgot. I mean, could just commit to that idea. Ammo rack is something I kind of want, but I don't really want the jet stock at the moment. Let's just walk up this way because it'll get us closer to where I'm trying to go anyway. Set off some bees so we can get some nice easy experience out at the bees, especially with this experience boost. Because thanks to the fact that these can hit quantity of bees without it being too big a problem, I can just kind of feast on them. Because thankfully the basic bees are not exactly durable. Part of me wants to go to the higher end version of this area, of the higher end version of the Hive Barrens, that is, so we can get more slinkwing nests, so that we can get potentially the kill like 1,500 slinkwings in one run thing. Find out what that actually gives us. But I think that's a dangerous, questionable plan. We could get Inferno Jet. I'm kind of curious about this one because I think it automatically will fire those off. Either that or you just press the button and then it just spews random. Either way, it's kind of a hands-off underbarrel. I kind of want to see how that plays out. Which means not taking this. Right now our special power is so low though that this flamethrower is not exactly winning any awards. And thanks to the fact that we've been focusing the flamethrower, our gun is also a little sad right now. Which makes it a good thing that we're still in a normal zone, otherwise we might be in some trouble here. Because we've definitely gotten strong enough that normal's not super scary anymore. Even in this zone. Which, the thing I said before still somewhat holds true. I feel like this area is in some ways easier than the starting zone. But it really depends on what you can handle. And as long as you're not a fool and you don't hit more beehives than you need to, this area is reasonably easy to keep under control. Do I try for the blood magazine again? Because it's been long enough that I'm willing to go for a splitting magazine as well. Because we've done plenty of not splitting magazine runs now. So I'm like, I want that. I'm not gonna get that, but I want that. And it doesn't even heal for that much per kill either. I assume it'll probably get better with this one, but we don't have it. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna try again. Probably shouldn't. But I'm gonna try again. I don't think this magnet we get off this will be huge, but it will be helpful. So I've definitely left some stuff around, just not a huge amount, I don't think. But we're also still pretty low level, so yeah, level and a half. Workable. We can probably get away with this. Part of the reason why I'm coming up here is the fact that at least I know I can guarantee to get honeycomb up here. Combine that with the fact that there's areas I did not fully uncover, and it all kind of works itself out. We do kind of need to get our fire rate up a little bit. Just keep popping hives and collecting the rewards. We've leveled a decent bit in this time frame, despite not having gotten the most things to increase set experience. I don't really need to open that fence because I have no intention of going back. That would have just been a way to get in. There we go. Now we have the emulative emitter. So that's all cleared out. Okay, so it works just like the regular flamethrower, just it shoots one flame at a time in random directions. Not great, but not bad. At least it does its own thing and I don't have to pay attention to it. I just choose when it starts going off. Once there's a lot of enemies, that will actually start to be useful, I think. Just right now, it's a little eh. And it looks like it might load all the flame charges at once, because it's certainly taking a while to charge. What do we got here? Another attachment, okay. And yeah, it is all the charges at once. Okay. Once more with experimenting and potentially having it backfire on me. I expected that statue to die, instead I got stuck on it like a fool. Because the idea was I was going to charge at this with the frenzy shots. We don't do enough damage though. That's not really going anywhere. I really want whatever that attachment is, though, because it's another thing. I want all the things. I have to come back for it, though. We're not winning that fight right now. Oh, yeah, there's this one here, too. Oh, the fucking landmines. Nope. Nope. Nope, we gotta fall back for the moment. We gotta get to more neutral ground here for a second. Maybe neutral ground without a beehive. Nope. A couple missteps were all that it took to ruin that. It also didn't really help that the main thing that this setup had was a flamethrower. I know I said that was gonna be the last run, but that was a bit shorter than intended. We'll do one more actual one. Or hopefully actual one. If it still fails, it still fails and we stop anyway. But I had intended for that to be like a half-hour run and it wasn't. but I also wasn't expecting the item pool to be like, oh, you want flamethrower, flamethrower, and flamethrower? Because you picked flamethrower, so clearly you want that, right? I'm gonna try the Hell Splitter for this. Just go all the way up to Hell Splitter. Because the one thing we really haven't been doing with this weapon is fire rate. We've usually been going into lots of splitting and arcing and weird. But what if we just fire lots of ball? Because we already get bonus damage off the chain lightning, so I'm figuring we can work something there. Yeah, that'll work. Because finishing a reload spawns experience, and we already have a really small magazine at the moment, so we finish a lot of reloads. Rather than raising the magazine size, then maybe we should just get our reload speed up so we can just fiend our way through experience early on. I don't know how well this actually works because it is at the end of the day only 6 experience per reload. But in theory, there's something there. Double checking to make sure I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, finishing a reload. Oh, it does scale, because it was 6 before, and now it's 7. I don't think it'll scale fast enough, but it does scale. So as long as I keep the mag size relatively low, we can actually benefit there pretty well. There's not really a particular stock that I want. We do have the Pauldron stock now. We won't really benefit from the armor bonus too much if we're going for fast reload, but this does keep giving reload speed bonuses as well. So we'll see if this idea plays out the way I want it to. Like I'm aiming for just like lightning fast reload, so magazine size becomes irrelevant. If I'm going for volume of lightning ball, bullet size might not be a bad idea, just for more coverage. It never hurts to have more coverage, though these do already start out way bigger than the average bullet, being giant lightning orb after all. There's armored stock. And thanks to the armor bonus from the drone and the armor I have everywhere, this isn't really hurting me too much, so that's good. Which I suppose if we're constantly reloading, then maybe the armor bonus from the reload thing will actually work. Because if you basically stay in an almost endless reload state, then you technically would always have the +4 armor. I don't think that that's entirely going to work out to be true unless I shrink the magazine size, so I'm like firing once, reloading, firing, reloading, firing, reloading. But I wonder if there's something there. I wonder if there's a goofy enough idea that that could actually be a thing. Just like go down to a single shot weapon. But make the reload speed so fast that it's not noticeable as an issue. Sounds just stupid enough to work. I don't think it'll work right now, but I think it's just stupid enough to work in a very specific layout. I'm just not sure that this layout is that specific layout. And if anybody's wondering, yeah, I am going to make my way back up to that tower that caused us the initial problem. Is goddammit, I want that thingy. Whatever that thingy is, I want it. I was denied the thingy, therefore, or I'm extra interested in it. Which technically this is the second time we've been denied that, because I think we died over there before, trying to get at that very same thing. Yucky. I know this isn't the area where the thing is, but there's beehives here I can get more honeycomb from. And more EXP. Nom 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 nom. And honestly, vengeance on all the times the bees killed us in the past isn't the worst thing. Vengeance. Yeah, we're close to where that tower is, so let's not move up too much more yet. I want to have Frenzy ready before I go over there. I'd love to find a healing item, but the game doesn't like to give me those when I actually need them. This is why I frequently end up having to pocket them for a while, then go back to where I know one is, because it's like, nah, you don't really need that though, right? You don't need to live. Oh, dang it, he hit me. Oh, there's the splitting magazine. We could follow through on that plan. Pauldron would also be nice, because it gives me 2 more armor, in addition to everything else. Oh wait, no, the splitting magazine's what's giving me 2 armor. This would give me every 17 max cells. Yeah, it's not worth it right now, because that's less than 1 armor. So yeah, we'll take the splitting magazine. We're also going to get a bunch of bouncing lightning balls, which may or may not also do chain lightning. What this will do for me, though, is provide coverage while I'm killing the tower. Or hopefully. Because that was part of the problem with trying to kill these towers, is you then stop shooting at all the other things. It's also really great at killing beehives now. we're in trouble though still. So I'm gonna have to stall that idea for a second. I'm not having much luck on this whole taking care of business here thing. For some reason, the Bombardier bees are so much more of a problem with this setup, and I don't really know why. Like, obviously, there is probably an obvious reason why, and I'm just not putting it together. Like, part of it's obviously the fact that they're reasonably durable, and they also seem to ignore a lot of the pathing rules that everything else follows. That's interesting. Making everything outside the containment field move faster, so they get into the containment field. The only thing that makes me debate getting the Hellfire Barrel is I presume that that's a replacement for the Hell Splitter. So I assume that's the branch, is it goes into either Hell Splitter or Hellfire. Looking at the design, though, I wonder if Bullet Hell Barrel might actually come off of Hellfire. Now that I look at that. 'Cause they got a lot of similar coloration, even the, like, color banding is the same. So that's a thing. Split bullets penetrating is nice, but I don't think it's priority. But like I said, I think we're done for today. 4.5 hours I think is pretty good. Especially for it being like the backup plan instead of the primary idea for the day. And this way I can also go check on things for tomorrow and all that good stuff. Though I think I already got one there's gonna be a problem message, so don't be surprised if we end up having to pull a backup idea for tomorrow again. We'll see how that plays out. If we're only down one, I'll probably go ahead and run it. If we're down more than one, it may get complicated. But I won't, like, promise anything in any particular direction yet, because like I said, don't know yet. So, that's one part of the schedule I cannot guarantee anything with. Monday is still planned to be Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, as long as the reasoning why the PSP game I tried to play today crashed isn't just because the PSP emulator is just shitting the bed now. I will run some tests and make sure that that's in good order before we get to that point. Where do I wanna go? What do we want to see? Let me see how far along they are for today, because they're usually good time-wise by now, but they might have started early. And it's been a little bit since we've gone over there, and they're playing something interesting. Oh, that's actually a different model, too. She's got a real wild-looking one going. And yeah, she's only been on for like a half hour, so yeah, that will work out perfectly fine. Except Twitch wants to be a pain in the butt about finding them in the list. Because Twitch is a wonderful website that never does what you want. There's more than one way to accomplish this. It's just gonna take a second. Stupid website. Stupid website. There we go. Yeah, been a little while since we've gone to see Lainey. She's also playing Axiom Verge, which is a real good game. So, that'll be a good choice. Let's see. Yeah, we already covered schedule, so I don't really need to talk about that at this point. We are only 3 away now from the 500 game Nightmare Shuffle, so look forward to that before too long. Just gotta get 3 more people to push that button, and then I'm gonna have a whole headache. So that'll be interesting. But with all that said, thank you all for taking the time to be here. This worked out quite well as a backup, as Nimrods usually does. I don't really have anything else to add in particular, so be good to Lainey, she's good people, and I will see you all tomorrow one way or the other. Good night, everybody. Yeah, dance. Going.